regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or REDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. REIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, REIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. REIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs, tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. To manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045, consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. What if
Selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada para peserta International Symposium. Kami persilahkan untuk registrasi kehadiran dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Dan saat acara dimulai, kami mengingatkan untuk dapat merubah mode telepon selulernya ke mode silent atau getar. Good morning and welcome to all participants. Please take a registration before and take your seat. As long as the event today, please change your mobile phone to silent mode. Thank you.
Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed of active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups.
What if we saw language and cultural differences, not as barriers, but as a starting point for conversation? The Japan Foundation will continue working to bring Japan and the people of the world closer together, cultivating friendship and ties between Japan and the world. We are the Japan Foundation. If we saw language and cultural differences, not as barriers, but as a starting point for conversation. The Japan Foundation will continue working to bring Japan and the people of the world closer together, cultivating friendship and ties between Japan and the world. We are the Japan Foundation.
Kajian Asia Tenggara di Indonesia sudah berkembang sejak dekade 50-an, diinisiasi oleh para ilmuwan di Majelis Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau MIPI yang menggunakan pendekatan hubungan internasional. Pada tahun 1966 dibentuklah Lembaga Riset Kebudayaan Nasional atau LRKN dan Lembaga Ekonomi Nasional atau Leknas yang walaupun membawa agenda politik namun mulai memasukkan aspek budaya dan ekonomi dalam kajian Asia Tenggara. Seiring berjalannya waktu pada tahun 1982, LRKN dan Leknas dilebur dalam sebuah kedeputian yang berfokus pada sosial kemanusiaan di bawah Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau LIPI. Penggabungan ini membawa babak baru dalam kajian Asia Tenggara. Pada pertengahan 1990-an, Taufik Abdullah membentuk program kajian Asia Tenggara di Pusat Penelitian Masyarakat dan Budaya atau PMB LIPI dengan skema pendanaan dari Toyota Foundation. Pada era yang sama, peneliti di pusat
Mohon perhatian, acara akan segera kita mulai. Kepada seluruh peserta, dipersilakan untuk menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia. Attention please, this event will start immediately. Please take your seat. Distinguished Chairman of the Research Organization for Social Science and Humanities, BRIN, Profesor Ahmad Najib Burhani, Dr. Yuri Sato, Vice President of the Japan Foundation, Mr. Alan Feinstein, Executive Director, MNF, Dr. Fajar Ibnu Tufail, Research Center for Area Studies, BRIN, Dr. Hiroyuki Kojima from the Japan Foundation, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning and welcome everyone to this event on behalf of Research Organization for Social Science and Humanities, BRIN, and the Japan Foundation. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you for taking the time to attend this event. My name is Asep Sebudin as a Master of Ceremony today. Distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. International Symposium today, we have two panels, and there is a 4 panel and 5 panels. 4 panel with the title Mobilities of Culture about foods, sports, entertainments, and arts, and 5th panel with the title Challenges to Mobilities about how to embrace diversity and create to existence. And 4 panel will moderate by Dr. Parichat Jungwi Watanapon from Thammasat University, Thailand. And the speaker is Boret Lee from University of California, Santa Cruz. And then Dr. Koichi Iwabuchi from Kwansei Gakuin University, Japan. And the third is Dr. Siti Mazida Muhammad from University of Brunei Darussalam. So we give the big applause for International Symposium today. To our moderator, Dr. Parichat Jungewatamon from Thammasat University, please come to set, and also the speakers. Dr. Parichat Jungewatanapon is known for both her academic and artistic roles. Currently, she is a faculty member of the Department of Theatre, Thammasat University, Thailand. Her academic interests include political theater or performance, theater performance for social change, and contemporary theater or performance in Asia. Her publication include 3 co-authored by books and 2 books on Thai contemporary theater and criticism, as well as a number of articles. She has also written, directed, and produced many theater productions both in Thailand and the USA. In 2022, she was a Fulbright visiting scholar researching in documentary theater at the Graduate Center, CUNY, New York. To Dr. Parichat Jungewatanapon, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for introducing me. Good morning. This is the second day that we're going into the notion of mobilities. And I am sure that now this word is ringing in our head, and we've been thinking a whole lot about what that means. But I think today's panel is extremely exciting because we have something that is really close to our lives. We all know that culture can transcend geographical boundaries, and culture is a buzzword nowadays. And it's been mentioned as soft power that can connect people through empathetic means. Therefore, culture can weave ties, can bring affinities through our communities, organizations, and nations without boundaries. So this morning, we move to mobilities of culture, including media, youth culture, arts and entertainment, and digital media, all of which are very close to our contemporary life. We have an exciting panel ranging from going back to the historical mobilities, telling stories from the Japan and Cambodian Thai, to a call for public pedagogy of Trans-Asia cultural mobilities, to mobilities of culture on TikTok. So let me introduce our panelists quickly with Associate Professor Bharat Lee from the University of California, Santa Cruz will be our first presenter. And the second person will be Assistant Professor Siti Mazida Mohammed from the Faculty of Arts and Social Science, University Brunei Darussalam. And we have Professor Koichi Iwabuchi, School of Sociology, Kwansei Gakuin University. Each person will have 25 minutes of presentation, and then all of you on the floor, if you have questions, please write your question on a piece of paper that will be provided to you by the staff here. And then it will be delivered to me and I can read the questions later. This would save us time, I think. And we will have 30 minutes at the end for the questions. So let us start with Associate Professor Bharat Lee.
Good morning. Can you hear me clearly? Does it echo? Should I stand back a little? Look, raise. Is it better? Louder, louder. Is it okay? Because I want to be productive rather than you sitting there and I mumble through the entire paper. Okay. So I'm a bit short for this microphone, but I will do my best. So let me begin by a preface. I want to thank Japan Foundation and BRINS for working tirelessly to organize this symposium. And thank you for the invitation to share this story with you, my talk today. And also, I benefited tremendously from yesterday's presentations. I find them of great interest, and it allowed me to revise a little bit my paper as well. Oh. Okay, is that all right still? Okay. So I'm going to read part of my paper because I'm a bit jet lagged. If I don't follow the structure, I will wander off very easily. So bear with me and be patient, don't fall asleep, okay? So this is a second experimental paper that I presented here. The first one was a keynote at Paramajaya University was it last year? I forgot now, it was on Zoom. So this is my second academic presentation in Indonesia because I work on mainland Southeast Asia. The paper, you'll see that the slide will be comprised of 4 sections, and I will probably because it's I only allotted 25 minutes, and I'm old school. I need to kind of pound it home, you know, a point. So if I don't finish, I will skip a few sections. Okay, and then so let me begin. Next slide, please. Next slide. Let me begin by shifting your frame of mind, because yesterday we talked a lot about ocean, the sea, and the relationship, because oftentimes I think we forgot that, you know, framing Southeast Asia through islands and sea coast and ports, right? Like where we are right now. For us Khmer, Cambodians, we are land and river people. You know, it's in our blood, okay? So I want to kind of shift your frame of mind. Just imagine the Mekong River, the Basat, and the Leh Sap all meet together in Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia. So next slide, please. Next slide. In 1963, under the leadership of Prince Noron Sihanouk, and in post-independence Cambodia, Japan contributed funds and labor for the construction of a bridge that connected the city of Phnom Penh to Choi Chongwa, a cape located across the Leh Sap River. Choroi is a Khmer term for cape, and Chongwa is the Khmer name for these double lip. Next slide, please. For these is a Khmer term for these double lip carp fish that are found in the water around the cape. In short, Choi Chongwa is literally translated into English as Cape Carp. Inside 1972, during the Civil War, a bomb exploded. Can we go back 2 slides? Please, go back, not forward. Go back, please. Backward, that's it, thank you. In 1972, let me see, I lost my space. In 1972, during the Civil War, a bomb exploded and sadly destroyed the bridge. In 1992, Japan once again helped to restore the bridge and thus reconnecting the bridge to Choi Chongwa. The bridge reopened in 1996 and was renamed by the late King Father, Noron Sihanouk, as the Cambodia-Japan Friendship Bridge. Japan yet again funded the restoration of the bridge in 2014. In addition, the Japanese government funded and constructed, forward please. May I ask you to forward the slide? One more, until you come to see a bridge. So this is the reopening of the bridge. Forward, that's it. In addition, the Japanese government funded and constructed the Tsubasa Bridge across the Mekong River in Nhạc Luang, another bridge that was sadly bombed during the wars. In sum, one of the prevailing markers of friendship between Japan and Cambodia has been the building of bridges. In this talk, I would like to explore the motifs of the bridge as a physical structure, as well as a metaphor of love, friendship, and connectivity in Cambodian visual culture performing arts through the history of the Rimke, a Khmer version of the Indian-inspired epic poem, the Ramayana. In addition, I will include Khmer popular songs that feature the motif of the bridge as a symbol, as symbols of union and separation in love and relationship, thus weaving together fact, fiction, and visual and performing arts. This paper seeks to recollect the story of a Japanese bridge builder who fell in love with a Khmer Cham woman named Mai Macha, Mother Fish, from Choi Jongwa, and how their romance paralleled the Hanuman Savanacha episode from the Rimke. Furthermore, this paper will discuss and provide analysis of Machanu, or Mahar Ma'al in Khmer, the great slippery one. The half-monkey, half-fish son of Hanuman Savanacha as a marker of generation difference and ambivalence about Khmer cultural identities among generations of Cambodians. Furthermore, I explore how the idea of bridge as a link between generations and cultural identities. Last, it will address issues of ecology and love between different species. I argue that in the age of climate change and displacement, we need to move away from a human-centric discourse by engaging with the interrelatedness between all beings. So next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So this section is called The Bridge of Love, Fiction as Memory or Memory as Fiction. And I wrote this for this particular occasion. It's based on a true character that I encountered. I was very intrigued by this story, but sadly, she passed away. So in order to fill in the lacuna, I write a fiction story about this, okay? So I'm going to read you this story I wrote. My friend Kuntia, who is like an older sister, owns a home in Choi Jongwa. Her neighbor was an elderly Khmer Cham woman named Somali, who lived in a beautifully preserved olden wooden house. She was known among the folks in the village by her nickname Mai Macha, Mother Fish. Her father was Cham, and she subscribed to her late father's faith, Islam. I remember the beautiful sound of the azan from a nearby mosque. The Chams are ethnic groups who migrated from central Vietnam to this area many decades ago. They were and are mostly fishermen who settled in villages along the river. I was looking to rent a boat, and Kuntia told me that Somali owned one, and that was how I met her. She was already in her 70s, in poor health, but was feisty. I remember vividly sitting on the balcony of a old wooden house with a spectacular views. Next slide. With a spectacular view of the new metropolis of Phnom Penh located across the Tleh Sap and Mekong rivers, where new multi-story buildings were sprouting up like mushrooms at a lightning speed. Subsequently, I was very curious about her nickname, and one afternoon, while Nebong, Kunti, and I were having lunch on her veranda, Mai Macha walked by. So I asked, why is her name Mai Macha? Does she sell fish in the market? To which Bong Kunti replied, don't you know about her story? Her late husband was Japanese. They had a son, a beautiful boy named Pratna. It means the gift. You mean she was married to a Japanese man? Ja. How and where did she meet a Japanese man from so many years ago? You mean during World War II? Kunti replied, her husband was one of the Japanese men who was sent to work on the Choi Jongwa Bridge in 1960, something like that. My Macha's father was a fisherman, and he owned a boat. He would take her with him on a boat to cast his net over on the river. There, she met the Japanese bridge builder. They fell in love, and subsequently they got married. My late mother related to me that it was in 1963 when Choi Jongwa Bridge was completed. So it must have been in 62. or earlier they met. What was his name? I asked. Kuntia said something like Kyoryo Fukurai, something like that. I don't know. I don't know how to speak the Japanese language, but it sounds something like that. Oh yeah, why my macha? Because people in the village think that her love story resonates and parallels with the tale of Hanuman Swarnacha from the Rimke. You mean the late monk, the late white? You mean the tale of the white monkey and the golden mermaid? Next slide, please. Another Khmer woman referencing the Rimke. How original! Just like Hutbopana, who was imprisoned at Tuas Line Prison in 1977. She identified with Nying Sita because she saw her captivity comparable to the heroine who got abducted to the island Malacca by the 10-headed demon, Prarip. Tragically, she was executed by the Khmer Rouge in 1978. Yes, don't you know? Don't you see? There is a parallel between her story and Hanuman's Vanacha. Ah, yeah, so that's why they call her Mai Macha? What happened to him? And what happened to their son? Kunti replied, no one knows. Some said he returned to Japan during the Civil War in the late 70s. But some said he disappeared during the Khmer Rouge genocide. She never wants to talk about it. And her son? I will tell you more next time you visit. Will you come by? Oh, please tell me now. Patience. Wait until your next visit. The story, next slide, please. The story of Hanuman Swarnacha is about an army general who happened to be a monkey and who was given the task of leading an army and monkeys to construct a bridge to help Perim and Perle rescue Nying Sita from the island of Lanka. Initially, Hanuman and his army of monkeys failed to build the bridge because Swarnacha and her relatives, the sea creatures, were instructed by Parip to eat all the stones that they threw into the sea. Subsequently, Hanuman had to seduce the golden mermaid and won her over with his love and virility. Out of this union emerged a child named Machanu, who the Khmer refers to Amharam Al, the great slippery one. Machanu is a mixed child, half fish and half monkey. He inherited the slippery slime from his mother, a fish, a slippery quality that becomes one of his weapons to protect himself during battle. Now, in the Count Cow, next slide, please. In the Count Cow, an all-male troupe that historically performed at Wat Swine died, as well as in today's narrative and staging of this episode, Hanuman is portrayed as a father who abandoned his son, Machanu, was raised by his stepfather, who is one of the demons in Lanka. So just on the screen is Machanu. You can see engaging with a battle with his own father, Hanuman. And you can see the half fish and half monkey as a product of a fish mother and a monkey father. One of the moments in the story is when Hanuman meets his son. He had no idea that Machanu is his offspring. So Swarnacha always reminded her son that his father is a white monkey whose mouth radiates sunlight when it opened. When Hanuman and Machanu engage in a battle, Hanuman tried to catch Maharam, but to no avail. Can we advance to the next slide, please? Can you play it? Very quickly, just only a few seconds. No sound? It's okay. So here you can see that Hanuman is swimming in the ocean. He's trying to catch his son, who's a half fish, because of this is so slippery. He could barely catch him, so it become his weapons. I wish the music is on because the recitation is very poetic. I don't know what happened to the sound. It's okay. At least you get see some movement rather than still images. So this is La Count Cow, is an all-male troupe. I think you get the picture. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, this is an episode when Hanuman finally recognized, he said, "You arrogant fish with a big mouth. Who are you?" He said to Machanu or Maharamal. And Maharamal replied by saying, my mother told me that, I'm the son of Hanuman, the great general. And Hanuman said, "I am the great general." And the Machanu said, "How do I know? So many monkeys." And he said, "When I open your mouth, you'll see that light come out of my mouth." And that's how he recognized his own father. Now, this is a very touching moment in the Kanka, one of my favorites, and Khmer perform this again and again because this is the moment when Machanu, reflect on his mixed emotion, because he said that I become loyal to one father, I betray another. So it's a very touching moment. So the Hanuman Savannacha is perhaps one of the most popularly performed episodes from the Rimke in Khmer, in the repertoire of Khmer dance. Moreover, this episode only appears in different local versions of this epic poem in mainland Southeast Asia, although it might have originated in South India. I would venture to argue that this episode is favored in mainland Southeast Asia because it carries ritualistic function, primarily fertility. Indeed, in an agrarian society like Cambodia, and perhaps somewhere in Southeast Asia, elsewhere in Southeast Asia, one of the purposes of court dance is to evoke rain and fertility, thus ensure prosperity in the kingdom. One aspect of the Hanuman Savannacha story that I would like to focus on and to analyze is the motif of the causeway or the bridge as an idea, as well as a physical structure that connects and thus enable friends and lovers to meet, as well as to cross a body of troubled water. Moreover, bridge as a physical structure play a significant role in the Khmer historical imagination. Next slide, please. Oh, back. A case in point is this 12th century bridge built during the reign of King Jayavarman VII that is not only still in use, but also venerated. You can see people burn incense. So now this section I'm going to skip because this is popular music. And in Khmer pop music, they always blame the bridge, yell at the bridge for their unrequited love. Okay, so I won't go into this. But it's really wonderful. And the prevailing motif of a bridge as a metaphor of love and friendship harkens back perhaps to the Rimke. What is even more interesting about the persistent referencing and revamping of the Rimke and contemporary Cambodian arts and culture might have to do with its ability to register conflict between traditions and modernity in a society affected by profound changes to labor, migration, mobility in a global digital world. Can we go forward? Thank you. Indeed, migrations of labor within and outside the country, as well as real estate development, has contributed to further displacement and shifting cultural values among the younger generation of Khmer. Once again, this epic poem has returned to haunt us in a series of paintings titled If They Were Here Today, created by Khmer artist Chandani in 2012. In his small painting, you can see on the screen here, in his small painting and meticulously painted paintings, he rendered the once powerful and significant characters from the Rimke as useless in contemporary society. Chan claims that the COVID pandemic, mobility, and modernity have contributed to changing cultural values in Cambodia. He has been desperately trying to survive as an artist during and after the pandemic by selling food in a market stall in Siem Reap. The artist sees the characters from the Rimke as needing to do whatever they could in order to survive. To this end, he depicts, next slide, please. Oh, no, stay there, please. To this end, he depicts a visionary fortune teller in the epic poem, teaching English to children. Next slide, please. Oh, go backward, go back. And the once powerful Hanuman and one powerful and virile general, monkey general Hanuman selling balloons on the street to children. And Savannacha, the princess of the ocean, is now displaced from her element, literally a fish out of water. She is rendered taking a bath in a swimming pool. You can see on the screen. In the past 2 decades, next slide. In the past 2 decades, shift in labor and employment opportunities have meant that many younger generations of Khmer migrated from villages to work in garment factories, as well as to work as different professions abroad, especially in Thailand, Korea, and Japan. These migrations have also contributed changes in gender roles, as well as to changes in cultural values and identity. Of course, this is nothing new. One might argue that tradition and tension between different generations have been in the norm in various ASEAN cultures. In the case of Cambodia, however, many of the younger generations are looking east for inspiration, especially pop cultures of Japan and Korea. They are far less grounded in their own culture and identity. Indeed, comparable to the Machanu or Maharam, their notions of national and ethnic identity are slippery and slowly slipping away. An example that comes to my mind is Khmer food. Since the arrival of Western fast food such as pizza, McDonald's, Starbucks, Western cakes, at one point I remember Prime Minister Hun Sen gone on TV and say that no more cake, but now on we eat fruits because it poses a general, it threatens the morality of the country. So Khmer dishes, Khmer people who have grown up in not knowing, the younger generation, in other words, growing up in the post-war period, not knowing what Khmer dishes are like. Elders are trying to provide context and knowledge to catch the young, but their slipperiness is paradoxically their strength and weakness. On the one hand, the eastward-looking perspective gives youth the opportunity to be cosmopolitan. On the other hand, thank you, let me conclude. Perfect timing. Next slide, please. As I have pointed out in this presentation, Japan has historically helped Cambodia to traverse troubled waters in post-independence and in post-war times by helping to build and to restore bridges that are symbols of crossing and healing. As I have discussed in my 2022 book, Traces of Trauma, for us Khmer, literally land and water, is very important to our ethnic and national identity. It is therefore crucial to acknowledge, understand, appreciate, and caring for Tik Bay with respect and gratitude. It is our moral obligation. In Cambodia, the earth is personified by the earth goddess, Pratmai Torani. Sadly, global climate change and deforestation has threatened her health. Indeed, one of the major challenges we are facing globally is climate change. Many scholars and scientists, next slide please. Many scholars and scientists have pointed out that humans are single-handedly responsible for the destruction of planet Earth. However, we have learned from the universe as it is imagined in the Rimke, is a non-human-centric one, where all beings, big or small, good or evil, have a role to play in helping to restore moral order to the universe. Moreover, we see in Southeast Asian arts and literature, there are lots of intermarriages and cross-fertilization between different species that are beyond humans. Moving forward, I am reminded of a poignant 18th century painting, monochrome painting by a Japanese Zen painter, Hakuin Ikaku, titled Two Blind Men Crossing a Bridge. Blindness in Hakuin's painting is a Buddhist metaphor for searching for enlightenment in the dark. Moreover, if one looks closely, you can see there, if one looks closely, the log bridge in the painting is not attached to the cliff on the left. Therefore, the two blind men risk falling into the valley below. However, we are by no means looking to the future in darkness, and thus we do not need a Zen koan to solve our problem of climate change and ecology. It is clear that the bridge that we need to build together is a non-human centric structure that is inclusive of all living beings. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Yes, Thailand also similar to many Southeast Asian countries, we share the stories from the Ramayana. He has brought the story of Hanuman and Suvarnamacha and their son, Mashanu, who is partly a monkey, partly fish, partly human, with a backdrop of bridge building from the story of the Ramayana, of course, which was linked to the stories of many other bridge buildings, art buildings, and he gave a lot of examples that not only connect the physical spaces in Cambodia, but he also proposes for trans-being, trans-narratives that interconnect everything that would bridge all lives and matters in and out of this world. To build from the past to the future, bridges seem to be a great solution to today's conflict and tension, whether it be personal, social, or global. Thank you very much. And if you have questions, please write them on the piece of paper and it will be given to me later. Okay. Next, we go to Professor Koichi Iwabushi.
Yeah. Can you hear me? That's fine. Yes, good morning. Thank you for inviting me to this very fascinating conference. So I'd like to thank Bring and also Japan Foundation to make me take me here. Actually, I've been to Indonesia many times, but this is the first time to Jakarta actually. And yeah, so I'm so excited to be here. So my talk is more about media culture or some popular modern arts. So as you see this title, I'm talking about kind of culture mobilities in terms of media culture growth and also connections it makes. So next, please. And so basically sorry. So basically my talk today is a 3-point. First, the significance of such kind of culture mobilities, particularly media culture or modern arts, and the connection it makes. And because it shows a kind of possibilities of enhancing transgression of consciousness and promoting more cross-border collaboration to tackle historically and translocally shared various issues. So I will refer to, sorry. So is that better? Is that okay? Closer or closer? Okay. Yeah, I will refer to how mobilities of culture is interrelated to the mobility of knowledge and the mobility of people, human mobility, which 2 panels discussed yesterday. Particularly because I'm kind of working more on the ethnic, racial diversity and the migration. So I will refer to the next panel's topic of embracing diversity as well. And finally, I would like to propose to develop the kind of pedagogy of cross-border dialogue to progress international exchange, which I think Japan Foundation have been engaged quite seriously, as Professor Sato explained yesterday. Okay, next, please. So just briefly, time is quite limited, so I can't go into the detail. So as yesterday's keynote speakers explained, we are observing the intensifying circulation of and the intersection of cross-border mobilities, capital, idea, people, and media culture. So particularly media culture, I focus on. So it's the second one is the intra-regional circulation, co-production and consumption, and also hybridization mixing up of media culture. which brings about a renewed exchange in many parts of Asia, including, I think, Indonesia as well. And on the one hand, it shows a kind of a newly articulated, historically constituted relationship among various Asian subjects or countries. It's over-determined still cultural mobilities and connections at the present. Also, cultural mobilities and connection urge us to revisit such kind of a historically constituted relationship as well. So the final point is most important for us, for me today, is the activation of a hitherto underdeveloped cross-border dialogue, particularly on the grassroots level, about a modern experience and also self-other relationship across Asia. So next, please. Yes, it's quite famous that Japanese intellectual Takeuchi Yoshimi proposed Asia's method, 方法としてのアジア. So since then, many scholars have been taking this word to consider how to promote innovative intellectual dialogue among Asian scholars and intellectuals. Because, modern experiences of various Asian subjects or countries or regions are kind of forced modernization by the Western imperial colonial power. Of course, Japan was another imperial colonial power in Asia. So this kind of West Asia paradigm is, of course, as we know very well, based on the assumed temporal distance. But as like Wang Xinqian, which I quote, and also others, including myself, discussing the significance of inter-Asia referencing, because looking at referring to the other Asian modern experiences, and we are having a new kind of a knowledge, new kind of a theorization, conceptualization about a modern experience in many parts of Asia. And also, Quan Xinqian, as I quoted here, discussed. So it allows society in Asia to become another reference point. And it will create a new kind of understanding of self, subjectivity, and even world history as well. So this is an intellectual level. But next, please. So what's most important for today's topic is this kind of mutual inter-Asia referencing has become quite mundane, not just intellectual scholarly levels, but also very grassroots, particularly young people, consuming media, culture, arts coming from other parts of Asia to rethink so many things. So new kind of exchange, mutual understanding going on, and also new kind of similarity and difference, closeness, distance perceived. And most importantly, it generates a self-reflexive watching and listening to other Asian culture or arts to critically rethink one's own life, society, culture, and history, and also self-other relationship. So this is something many scholars, including myself, have been observing in the last 20 years in many parts of Asian region. Next line, please. Yes, and so in this sense, I would say mobility of culture, particularly media culture, has induced the mobility of knowledge on the grassroots level. If you like, it has generates a kind of cultural public sphere beyond the nation in the Asian region. So many issues shared, many issues self-reflexively reconsidered in terms of course, gender, sexuality, race, ethnicity, immigration, disability, or poverty, or disaster, so many things. And in this sense, I think mobility of culture induces the transgression of our consciousness, that's why it can call the dialogue. People are not meeting, not necessarily meeting in person, but they are changing their perception about self and about their own society in a very critical manner. Next, please. So yeah, so this is some example, maybe, manga, cosplay, K-pop, I-pop, and also, of course, TV dramas. Particularly recently, Korean TV drama series like Itaewon Class or Squid Game tend to show more diversity over society. And also, this is showing another kind of progress of media cultural mobilities in Asian context. Next, please. And also in the level of arts, not just media pop culture. So there are, some of them are funded by actually Japan Foundation. Many art collaboration, inter-Asia referencing of modern arts and artistic representation also happening. I think it's a quite very significant progress as well. Next, please. So the question is how we further develop this kind of international, inter-Asian or trans-Asia cross-border dialogue. But actually, it's not easy. There are some kind of issues which limits such kind of dialogue. First one is, of course, particularly in East Asia, which we are not discussing much in this conference, of course, but jingoism and populism against Japan, particularly China, Korea, 3 countries. And also second one is the market. So popular culture, media culture, as yesterday Professor Lim said, overemphasis of pop culture tend to miss the critical issues about the Japanese society in the study of Japan. Yes, popular culture has, of course, limitation. All popular culture is not great. And also, as yesterday's panel discussed, human mobilities are uneven. And also culture mobilities are uneven too. So something is encouraged to move, but something not. So, and also something is selectively utilized, but something are not, others are not. So even if the diversity represented in particular media, culture or drama text, but it can be regarded as a saleable diversity. It's a particular kind of diversity is being promoted. And similar force actually operate by the what they call cultural policy display, nation branding, soft power, or even cultural diplomacy. I'm not saying all of them are so bad, but they have some kind of tendency to aim to promote national interests by international exhibition of a culture that represents the nation. So in this sense, some kind of culture can be represented, exhibited, to show, to advance understanding of that country. But it is kind of course, selective. And also, actually, this kind of external international exhibition or projection of one's own national culture is has a power, has a strong influence on the internal governance of a demarcating national boundary, which tend to suppress various socio-cultural differences. As I said, it is quite selective. So this kind of issues we are still with. So next, please. And so this is some examples of Japan. I'm sorry, I'm always, not always, often criticize full Japan or such kind of international culture exchange issue on the left. I'm not saying this is bad in itself, but the question is soft power, nation branding, such kind of cultural promotion policy has been developed quite significantly in Japan and many parts of the world, including Asia. But in the case of Japan particularly, so this kind of, cultural mobilities or outflows of international exhibition of culture is quite in sharp contrast to the underdevelopment of a human mobility policy or inflow of people into the society. So this kind of discrepancy is quite, I think, visible, and something I think we should take seriously whenever we think about the mobilities, because cultural mobility cannot be dissociated from human mobility at all. So next, please. So this is a little bit more complicated issue of a Korean wave in Japan. So yeah, Korean wave also has a huge impact to promote a new kind of understanding about Korea or resident Korea. Resident Korea is those whose maybe grandparent or their ancestor moved from Korean Peninsula to Japan under the Japanese colonial rule in particular. And they are now third, fourth, or fifth generation of resident Koreans now living there in Japan. They are born in Japan, of course. Their first language kind of Japanese. So, but this kind of Korean diaspora, if you like, exists in Japan. But of course, soft power competition and the vicious circle of jingoism also occurring. But what's quite important is this kind of jingoism resulted in the strong racist attack or hate movement against Korean diaspora in Japan, resident Koreans in Japan. So this is, of course, obvious confusion of a resident Korean as part of South Korea. And also this kind of confusion also occurred in terms of a positive reception of a Korean wave, Korean pop culture in Japan. So many young people, including my student, are now consuming Korean K-pop, cosmetics, TV dramas. So they love Korea, and also they appreciate resident Korean who speak Korean language or who are associated with South Korea. So, but this is kind of another confusion to see resident Korean as part of South Korea, not as part of Japan, in a sense. So this cultural mobilities is still unengaged with the inclusion of ethnic minority or mobility of people in terms of this diaspora from Korea. Next, please. Against this kind of background, I would like to propose that develop the public pedagogy of a cross-border dialogue in order to progress Trans-Asia cultural mobilities. So public pedagogy can be very simply defined as a generation of a grassroots process and the sites of a critical, open, and responsible learning beyond the formal education in the class or school. Of course, school is still important. So what we should do or we can do, it's not just promoting the cultural mobility or international exchange per se. It is, of course, important, but we need to do something more. Henry Jenkins, as a scholar of communication in the US, once said, we are now developing cosmopolitanism, which is a point of entry into a larger consideration of culture, geography, and the political economy. He means, so using Japanese popular culture, for example, in the classroom. So it's not just, enjoying Japanese animation, Japanese pop culture per se, but using such kind of text. So we can let students think about other aspects, serious issues, deep historical problems, and also socio-cultural issues, including diversity inclusion. So this is one thing. This can be done in the school, and in the classroom, and also outside classroom as well. But we can go further. So it's not just a media cultural literacy, but I think more about the critical media cultural capabilities, how we use culture or even create culture. And also by utilizing this kind of critically utilizing culture, how we can open up a new kind of dialogue or relationship among grassroots levels. And also next speaker, Professor Mohammed, will talk more about the digital technology and the TikTok. But I'm not going into much about this, but this is quite important. But at the same time, to make this happen, we also need to interrogate what cross-border dialogue means, how we can develop it, and also who is not included, and also what is required to change. This kind of fundamental question, we need think about it. And also we need let people think together. So this is a part of a public pedagogy as well, I think. Next, please. And so, for example, yes, I think going beyond the national outlook is quite still important. This is not to say, unlike post-nationalism or etc. This is not to deny the very significant role of the nation states or national framework in serving the very wide public interest in the world. But we need to do kind of some kind of reformation of the national because existing national framework cannot well handle many kind of issues. Because issues are, for example, Ben Habib, international very famous scholar, and also many other people also arguing the similar things. So nation states has become always maybe too small to deal with the many transnational issues. Of course, ecological and also COVID as well, and information problem like a digital now. And also nation state is at the same time too large to contain aspiration of so embracing diversity, many social cultural differences or regionalist movement within. So, so Ben Habib says this kind of territoriality of the nation state has become anachronistic. But still, we cannot deny the national framework still works, very important. But how to reform it is a very serious issue, and we need to think together, I think. This is, I think, to advance a kind of locally engaged cosmopolitanism, if you like, over banal internationalism. So and also detached kind of globalism or post-nationalism. So because mobilities is a very good antithese to the kind of a very rigidly defined national outlook, and also detached globalism, post-nationalism. So I think locally and also nationally engaged aspiration is very basis to go beyond the national framework, to work with others within and outside the borders. Next, please. And so, for example, another case I would argue is how we reorient culture policy or international exchange, how to expand it, progress. So national interest. So national interest is such a strong word, as many parts of the world. But we need to transcend its narrow exclusionary goals. 5 minutes left. And yes, we need to serve wider public interest within and across borders. And it will open up a new kind of a more relational and open and inclusive understanding of the nation. So kind of self-critically overcoming such kind of notion of national interest is in the national interest in the long term. And also international exchange, we need to promote a greater mutualities among public. So many critical culture policy scholar argues, so we need to engage with the domestic public as well, not just the public outside. So not just understanding other or mutual understanding, but also it's people will unlearn about ourselves and also about the relationship between self and other. So this is a very fundamental. And also, as I said, encouraging more dialogue to tackle with historical and transnationally shared issues. And also, such kind of aspiration will promote a social praxis of living together in diversity in one society and also in Asian region and also in the world. For example, to promote such kind of aspiration, featuring hazard excluded or marginalized subjects or issues need to be, I think, more highlighted. So it's go beyond the nation as a unit of exchange, which tend to represent some particular selected culture as a national culture. Next, please. So, for example, just show some example, which I engaged with. So migrant diplomacy or trans-East Asia multiculturalism with not from Japan Foundation, but also Japan Foundation and Toyota Foundation. So, so this is aim to develop a dialogue on the common ground of embracing human mobilities and fostering cultural diversity. So it tried to reorient, expand, progress international exchange by making migrant or ethnic racial minority diaspora as the main actor over each nation. And also cross-border collaboration to promote cultural artistic activity and project. And also it is a project towards the creation of an inclusive society. Next, please. So, of course, many people are looking at this kind of try to develop this kind of project because transgressive capability of culture is now highlighted. Many people are attending to it. So growing concern with the culture's method is obviously the case. Museum method, media art method, many people using this kind of term. And also affective effect. So it's power of culture to cultivate critical imagination and feeling in a way to move people into a social praxis. So that's why culture does matter. Culture mobility does matter. Using culture to make people in the distance to have a conversation, dialogue, and having a new relationship. And also, of course, we are seeing the many kind of socially engaged youth cultural artistic practice. So this has resulted in the connective collaboration among diverse social actors beyond the borders in many parts of the world, including Asia. Next, please. So these are another some examples of art. Of course, some of them funded by, again, Japan Foundation. So Japan Foundation is doing a very progressive effort, I think, in the recent, particularly in the recent times. And also, next, please. And also, these kind of not just art, just film production, music production, and also engaged art. So many kind of things, culture can be used for this kind of purposes. But as I said, we need develop public pedagogy over how to use this kind of cultural mobility, cultural production, cultural capabilities to advance a cross-border dialogue. Next, please. This is the last slide. Yeah, thank you. So in sum, I have already discussed these issues. Particularly, I think important is how we can progress dialogue into a more action. This is a very not easy, difficult issue, and I have no particular answer at hand. And also, but what important is the last one, I think, fostering a social imagination of a mutual implication. So we are mutually implicated. So others, the issue problems, other people are now confronting within border, outside the border, is inevitably related to us. So this kind of sense of a mutual implication is very important. It is kind of from shareable to shared. This is a term coined by Roger Silverstone. So in the term age of particularly digital, many issues, many concerns can be shareable. by instantly shareable. We can see the many disaster, many people's discrimination, like Black Lives Matter shows. We can share, but this is different to be shared. Shared is a more kind of a sense of a mutual implication and the sense of a solidarity and empathy more developed. Actually, we tend to forget so easily, but under COVID-19 period, last 3 years, many scholars found and also discussed the rise of a kind of stay-at-home cosmopolitanism. So many people are turning to others' distress, others' problem as one's own issue. So I think now COVID is not over, but we are kind of going into the post-COVID era. But we should not forget this kind of so sense of sharedness or mutual implication, and think about how we can develop by attending seriously to the mobility of culture as a transgression of consciousness. So I hope this conference can be a very good starting point for each of us to work out how we can materially, institutionally, and imaginatively build the public pedagogy of cross-border dialogue into cultural mobilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have listened to deep inquiries to different dilemmas, perceptions, positions, and paradigms. It brings us to interrogation to ourselves in all dimensions, in all disciplines that we are engaging with, in order to tackle very complex structural problems, in order to hopefully being able to come up with a pedagogy that will engage all diversities locally and with trans-Asian mindset in order to bring more diverse cultures and voices to a new imagination. Thank you so much. And we will try to control the time here so that, we can have lunch kind of on time. So, so next we will have Assistant Professor Siti Masida Mohammed, and then she will be presenting something that is very close to our mobile phone. So let's welcome Dr. Masida.
Okay, let me do the testing of the mic first. Can you hear me well? All right, good, excellent. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and salam sejahtera, everybody. First of all, I would like to extend my thank to the Japan Foundation as well as Bren for inviting me to this prestigious international symposium. So I'm really happy to be here, and the hospitality given is very generous. I am a geographer researching Muslim youth engagements with popular culture and new media, focusing on youth mobilities and their social, spatial realities on various social media platforms. What young people do actually excite me. So I see young people up there, I see young people down here. So whatever you do, they excite me. Yeah. This morning, I'm pleased to share my work on mobilities of cultures on TikTok with everyone. This is actually part of my ongoing research on TikTok practices in Brunei. Let me start my session with a story. Sometime in 2019, I met an 8-year-old boy at a restaurant who told me that he was a YouTuber. Imagine an 8-year-old calling himself a YouTuber. So that conversation was not just a simple chat. It actually struck me as a mother with a young kid and someone who has just started studying social media influences in Brunei at that time. I was intrigued by his knowledge of the profession and knowing what he is and what he aspires to be, a YouTuber. For me, this signals consciousness and new youth practices. If this 8-year-old kid can think that way, imagine what other young people like them, those upstairs, could actually imagine themselves to be in the future of in the current time. So young people could append and shape different practices through their digital practices. So this is actually the epitome of where our future is going. Technology has transformed our work and lives. We are seeing the growing digital content created by young digital natives, and this is quite empowering. While it is quite common to read or to hear about discourses of youth at risk, youth being vulnerable, youth being problematic, and those that need protection, they are actually quite empowered and empowering and can transform our social, cultural, religious, economic, as well as political landscapes. So their digital practices are creating new patterns of socialization, self-consciousness, self-identification, and new subjectivities, enabled by different factors, which are key features and affordances of social media platforms, the rise of individualism and self-expression, and the last one, the transnational flow of popular culture produced and consumed on social media. So this is where I position myself in this panel. As culture in the context of my research refers to social activities and global and transcultural entertainment content such as dances, humorous content, and everyday vlogs produced and circulated on TikTok and other social media platforms. TikTok, for those who are not aware of the platform, is a video sharing media platform that enables users to create content representing diverse cultures and facilitates the transcultural flow of culture. Youth agency and their role as cultural ambassadors are significant for intercultural engagement and sensitivity within and beyond the region, more so when young people are acknowledged as active digital creators of culture and recreating meanings in everyday life. As a result, they are playing their role in intercultural engagements and developing cosmopolitan outlook. Next. What we have here from their social practices are mobilities of cultures on TikTok, which I define as the creation and movement of social practices by the reproduction, circulation, and consumption of popular culture content and are laden with meanings and values. We don't just go on TikTok creating content, but those are embedded with meanings and values attached to them. Yeah. In contemporary digital context, popular culture that includes short videos and images, including memes, produced and consumed by the users, predominantly young people, are social cultural phenomena on their own and can configure social cultural practices and create new discourses. Hence, the significance of looking into their practices, especially their digital practices today. Next. The data I use in this paper on mobilities of culture is actually drawn from my larger exploratory qualitative research on Bruneians' use of TikTok. The research overarching aim was actually to understand the reasons behind the growing interest in TikTok in Brunei and to capture the nuances and complexities in TikTokers' use and experiences. It investigates social connectivity, identity formation, and performativity at individual and societal levels, and everyday conflicts, as well as negotiation processes manifested via different social practices, including the creative sharing of music videos, social connectivity, self-performativity, micro-influencing, and advocating social justice and grassroots activism. So the respondents in my research are young people between the age of 18 to 26 years old. Most of them are university students, and majority are Malay Muslim, which is the dominant group of the population in the country, in Brunei. So several themes were generated from the semi-structured interview, questionnaire survey, as well as qualitative content analysis and online discussion I employed in this research. And those relevant to this particular presentation are those I have put up there. Cosmopolitan engagements are evident in their TikTok practices and thus have the potential in fostering collaboration, connectivity, and growth between different cultures. Quite significant is the emergence of class consciousness through their TikTok content and responses to other TikTokers, which emphasize and reinvent social division based on popular culture, where you put people in low class, high class, and middle class. The findings have led me to rethink meanings and values produced and circulated on the site by the young people and the potential in creating and moving cultures. So of course, this has its micro, meso, and micro scales implications, which I'll talk about them later in this presentation. Next. This presentation is divided into two parts. The first part focuses on how the fusion of cultures happens in the reproduction and consumption of trending content. It is also through these practices that I will demonstrate later how young people's cosmopolitan disposition are cultivated, and consequently the emergence of class consciousness among the local TikTokers. Next. In the past few years, global and regional TikTok trends such as she, he is 10, a 10, but ... Again, the young people would understand what I'm saying here. I'm not so sure about the rest, yeah. Sikok Bagi Duo, originating from Indonesia by Melly Daddy. Are you guys aware of this Sikok Bagi Duo song? Yes, yeah, you are. How about Left and Right? Yes, yeah, which started circa 2022 and 2023. They have been replicated in Brunei. Charlie Puth and Jungkook BTS Left and Right are perhaps one of the most most mentioned videos because, you know, BTS, right? Everybody here should know BTS. So sped up, accelerated song and remixes, song or track that has been altered from the original version as some of the trending music genre that are used on TikTok replicated and have developed into multiple versions far from the original content. Can we play this one? The second one? As you can see here, these are some of the Sikok Bagi Duo content reproduced on the site. Yeah, and similarly, we have on my left side, left and right sped up content in abundance on TikTok. Not yet. The significance of these TikTok practices actually rests on how local TikTokers reproduce content and the assessment of those circulated on the platform. It is through this trending content that we are able to see different versions of content from young people, whether you are from Brunei, Malaysia, Cambodia, Myanmar, wherever you are, you consume them, yeah? And how original content is reproduced and contextualized according to your own local context, or maybe your personal feelings and interests. Next. What we have here is an interesting fusion of cultures. Here on the right side, we have a hijabi using Charlie Puth and Jungkook BTS Left and Right mix with a dangdut sound / genre song quite far from the original version. Can you play the first video? What do you guys think about the video? Not bad, but not too good, right? Kind of embarrassing, kind of cringe, right? But it's still good, yeah. I'm not going to talk about cringe culture because I've presented that work in a different presentation where I look at cultural cringe culture, and class consciousness on TikTok. If you're interested, feel free to contact me after this to talk about that. Another version of Sikok Bagi Duo. Can we play that? The second one.
Brother, your lollipop.
Oh, I'm listening to Sikok Bagi Duo.
Sikok Bagi Duo. Cotton at sama-sama Sikok Bagi Duo. Sikok Bagi Duo. Tidak naik cotton.
What do our Indonesian friends think about this? It still doesn't pass, right? Yeah, but these are the kind of content you see on TikTok. And interestingly, sometimes I don't understand what they're trying to do. There's a song there and then they're dancing. Oh, I'm listening to Sikok Bagi Duo and they're doing that action. But then what does that mean? Only young people would know. For our generation, the older generation, it takes a bit more time for us to digest that, yeah? But the most important thing here is that this is how young people react to TikTok contents, how they reproduce all those contents. And it's very important for us to understand that. There are also other reproductions of non-trending content daily that demonstrate the openness to cultural differences. As can be seen here, Bruneian dancing to a Malaysian song by Rafa Afar. I like this song, but when it's used by this guy, it doesn't look that good. Apparently, according to Bruneians, they label this guy as Paklan. Paklan is actually a label given by Bruneians to other Bruneians who are considered lowbrow. So similar to mat rempet, similar to shav in the UK. I don't know if you have any local Indonesian terms, or maybe other countries have their own terms to label this particular group, yeah? These are actually one of the many examples of what people do on TikTok. What can be seen here is that these young people are exhibiting generic cosmopolitan attributes that are linked to the consumption of transcultural content. The reproduction of culturally diverse content is indicative of their ability to consume content of different origins, recreating content, and while doing so, they are projecting different self-expressions on TikTok. Next. As audience, while we can only see that they are reproducing the content for fun, I was quite surprised when my respondents told me that there are standards applied to the production of content and assessments of TikTok content, which the young people would agree with me. Yeah? For example, there are expectations that local TikTok practices to be socio-culturally appropriate while keeping the quality and standard of original versions. These trends must be well executed to be considered acceptable by fellow TikTokers. This alludes to the fusion of cultures and consumption of transcultural content within certain socio-cultural parameters. What we have here, not only the movement of cultures, but those that are highly contextualized. The interview respondents refer to famous TikTok trends such as "she is a 10, but ... which started on TikTok in mid-2022 and were reproduced by Bruneians. When this is not well executed, they become cringe. Cringe refers to embarrassing and lowbrow content. As one respondent shared here, famous TikTok trends that originated from the West replicated in Brunei. When this happens, there is a standard. Only a few people can execute them. When Bruneians hop on the bandwagon, they didn't execute it well. While the young people's feelings about those contents are internal and personal, the assessments of TikTok content and users are tied to different identification, such as their religious identity and the Bruneian collective identity. The concern with religion and culture manifests in the assessment of content based on moral and cultural values. It is acceptable for non-Bruneians to act in an embarrassing manner, such as dancing, but not for Bruneians. As shared by one respondent, our culture is different, a statement regularly emphasized to justify their judgments. So the collective identity as Bruneian becomes a marker in the assessments of content and users, where the survey respondents stated, some of the local viewers believe that the local contents are inappropriate because of their dancing, which is somehow vulgar to the worst, spreading the videos that have been viral and cause chaotic at the moment. As Brunei is a conservative Islamic country, it is expected that the society to abide by the concept of Malay Islamic monarchy or Melayu Islam Beraja by showing the respect to the religion and Malay culture. So the trending, fluid and fast-moving transboundary cultures do not come without concerns. Commonly heard is the narrative of popular cultures, specifically TikTok, disrupting the cultural practices, morals and identities of young people. Next. Interestingly, according to some respondents, Malaysia's uncouth youth group known as Mat Rempet is also adopted to assess Bruneians' TikTok content. Mat Rempet in the Malaysian context refers to the young people who are involved in illegal racing and expanded to other serious activities such as robbery, assault, and vandalism. Mat Rempet is appropriated on TikTok as rempet genre that includes a sped-up sound that turns into dangdut. Interestingly, the rempet genre on TikTok has mixed reviews. While some forms of rempet are considered lowbrow, those such as sikok bagi dua, trend from Indonesia, is up to the audience standard and are acceptable. I don't understand why this is the case, yeah? The dangdut remix content originating from within Southeast Asian region is an interesting example of fusion of cultures that receive mixed responses from local TikTokers. For some respondents, dangdut remix could be considered lowbrow. It is unclear why it is so, but this perception could be linked to dangdut being liked by older generation and hence not trendy. I like dangdut. I grew up listening to dangdut, and I'm even familiar with Roma Irama's songs. So it's quite interesting. What we see here is the intersection of intergenerational aspects, the generation gap, and class differences, lowbrow versus highbrow, attached to music taste in their responses to this type of content. Next. A few young people claim that they assess the TikTokers based on their bougie lifestyle. The young people would know what this term means. a lifestyle based on high economic status or TikTokers presenting themselves as wealthier than they actually are. Particularly the flexing wealth practice where bougie TikTokers present themselves as middle-class youth with their lifestyle and purchasing power. Their content is an identifier of their socioeconomic status. For instance, how they dress in the videos, as you can see here, what languages they speak. The English language is considered more superior than the Malay language, which is Brunei's national and everyday language. The background of the videos, such as how fancy and big their room or house are also considered in the analysis of TikTokers' status. Unique to Brunei is the expectations of how Bruneian houses and interior home decor should be spacious, filled with gold-plated furniture, rosewood, and young middle Bruneians owning luxury cars such as BMW, Lexus, or Audi, as can be seen here.
Scratch that, bring it back. They get person.
What we have in this low brow versus highbrow categorization on TikTok is its association with class consciousness among local TikTokers. The consumption of low-brow and high-brow transcultural popular culture is linked to the categorization of TikTokers into high-class, average class, as well as the low-class groups. In this case, the already existing class differences in Brunei is brought to the online context, where class and status are linked with content produced and circulated on TikTok. This echo the conceptualization of popular culture sites of everyday expressions, contestation, and hegemony. So here I argue that class consciousness based on popular culture consumption postulates the fragmented, unintended, fluid form of class based on knowledge of trending popular culture, taste, and local context, and imposed by the already existing class differences and socio-cultural parameters. What makes transcultural popular culture on TikTok interesting and important to analyze is how cultures or practices from other countries, trending content, Western or within the region, are assimilated with our own categorization of low-brow and low-class groups. Important for us to know about their social practices. Next. I offer several key reflections and questions on the mobilities of culture on TikTok. This social-cultural phenomenon opens further questions for us to deliberate. So I don't have all the answers now, so I let the rest of you to think more about it. First, how significant are youth social practices and mediated youth cultures for mobilities of culture? Second, what more could stakeholders do to take advantage of young people's TikTok practices that are both effectively and effectively creating and moving cultures in a way that could be different from what we are used to seeing, especially by the older generation? Could this new way of consuming and moving culture be incorporated into a nation's cultural promotion agenda using Prof. Iwabuchi's term, pop diplomacy? Next. Via local TikTokers' practices, we observe a different form of transcultural engagement from those created by institutions or states. This implicates how stakeholders, academics, and policymakers want to push forward their agenda for mobilities of culture and intercultural engagements. As demonstrated here, young people's TikTok practices are not only about consuming entertaining content, they implicate both producers and consumers of the content at the societal, national, and regional scales, even the global scales. At the micro scale, these reproductions and consumptions of trending content are excellent example of how transcultural flow of popular culture inspire new forms of global consciousness and cultural competency. What can be observed here is that their TikTok practices not only led to a consciousness of global or regional cultural content and cultural competency, such as consumption of global Western trends, but it goes inwards to create local class consciousness and shape the society. From there, we know that at the most basic level, young people are trendy and cosmopolitan. The engagements with cultural others may not be direct in-person interactions, but involve multiple parties, multimodal formats, and multi-sited online and offline. Yet, their everyday digital social practices and lives are so powerful in cultural convergence. What they demonstrate here is the culture of shared ideas virtually, which I argue could well develop into a collective cosmopolitan disposition or outlook. We also need to be cognizant of the nature of new media and social media scapes, which are already exposing users to others through their social networking enabling features, virtual and communicative mobilities, as John Urey calls them, on TikTok act as propellers for their openness and cosmopolitan self-expression and to facilitate cultural transfers. As I have argued in another work, social media scapes are youth mobility spatialities, spaces for youth mobilities and progressiveness. So in this context, a space for mobilities of cultures. At the meso to macro scales, their social digital practices implicate the success of transcultural flow of culture, especially for organizations or states in Southeast Asia or Japan that are already employing or still considering the use of pop culture diplomacy or soft power in their cultural promotion agenda. These potential implications make the understanding of mobilities of cultures by young people imperative, as it not only unpacks the meaning of lived youth practices, but their potential as agents of cultural change. Youth agency and their role as cultural ambassadors are significant for intercultural engagement and sensitivity within and beyond the region, more so when young people are acknowledged as active creators of culture and recreating meanings in everyday lives. So young people today are also considered active agents in transnational circulation of popular culture products, where their social practices assist in distribution of popular pop content. So unfortunately, at this time in point, Brunei local TikTok content has not yet become trending within and outside of the region, which suggests an imbalance in the production versus consumption of transcultural content. This is tied to the current creative production in the country. We have only started seeing local creatives and users producing content with local flavors. Nevertheless, I anticipate future development in this area, especially with the user-generated capability of platforms such as TikTok. So here I want to tie this potential to the notion of youth as active agents of culture and highly relevant to Brunei's context where young people are lauded as agents of change and future-ready youth. So there is a potential for these young people to become cultural ambassadors if they're not already one, in ways different from what we are used to seeing or having. So what the state or any relevant stakeholders could offer is a conducive environment for them to flourish and contribute to the cultural production market. What exactly is not something I can answer here. I would need another 2-3 hours to talk about that. Further examination of youth cultures need to be conducted to offer us with a more accurate reflection of their current practices. Next. So to conclude, youth social practices and mediated youth cultures are significant for the mobilities of cultures. Their practices speak wider than just consuming entertaining content that most of us don't understand. They exemplified how young people are capable of moving cultures across borders. So it is now up to the stakeholders to recognize these different forms of youth engagements emerging out of their banal social practices that are imbued with meaning and values. Next. So I end my presentation with a thank for listening to me talking about TikTok in the past 25 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much for such an exciting research. And of course, we are all users or consumers of all social medias in this room, but we can't deny that the youth are actually the major ones who are actually reproducing, producing, and recreating a lot of content on social media, such as TikTok. Professor Mazida has shown us and shared with us many aspects of the influences from TikTok that would shed light to us of how we should think more about how we can implement social medias and ways of using social medias into a new era of mobilities. Now I have received a lot of questions, really a lot, because we have given you the papers. So I think now, please give us a little time to select the questions, because we might not have enough time to answer all of the questions. We have only 30 minutes. So let me just give the questions to the speakers on the stage now, and see whether how we can answer all these questions. So if you want me to read question, I can read for you. It's still select the exact main question. Yeah. So, yeah. So it is good to direct your question to the speaker that you wish to answer your question.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, everyone? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. I have to kiss the mic. So these are questions posed to me. When the friendship bridge was built between Cambodia and Japan, what kind of responses do the Cambodian people gave? That is something that I think is so interesting about the bridge itself, and this historical moment, because I don't think that many Cambodians today remembered that the bridge was actually built in '63, because as you recall that by 1974 it was already broken, and in fact my entire childhood we wasn't able to cross the bridge. It was a broken bridge. It was a sign, So it wasn't really into the 90s, after the genocide, is when the bridge was restored. So again, that's a very good question. I need to dig into the archive and see if any kind of record is there. So I hope that answers your questions. The second question is, Cambodia is a rapidly developing country. Indonesian work there. Don't they like him as in Hanuman, I assume, because for being the warrior? Am I correct? Whoever, your handwriting is a bit difficult to decipher. It looks a bit like the Angkor inscription from the 7th century. Sorry. But anyway, I think so. He has always been a hero to us. And then the other question is, what is the difference between Hanuman's stories performance with Indonesian wayang, Mr. Lee? As I mentioned in my paper, that Hanuman Sawanacha is specifically, it really appeared, this episode, in mainland Southeast Asia. For example, I don't know about wayang performance of this, but this story is performed in Indonesia. But Hanuman Sawanacha episode does not appear, for example, at the 9th century temple of Prambanan. If you go there, it doesn't exist. It's very much as I said, it probably came from South India, and then it entered mainland Southeast Asia. Now, stories are very important. What particular culture and historical period picked up and favored versus, for example, just to take this opportunity in a long-winded way to answer a very interesting question, has always been topic, is that why, for example, the Ramayan or the Rimke or the Ramakian became very famous, prevail in mainland Southeast Asia, while the Mahabharata disappeared practically, right? And it is popular here in Java, especially in the wayang performing traditions. So that's something to ponder. And then the other questions, I am impressed by the story of Hein Ngo in the Killing Field movie, could you please explain how the Cambodian reconciliation after the Khmer Rouge, especially in trauma healing? I have seen that film many times, and the reconciliation, I think it's an ongoing moral dilemma. I have written about it, in which I use the word apora, right? Aporia is something that cannot be solved. It's a moral dilemma that cannot be solved. So I'll leave it at that. It's a very complicated question you're asking. This required a seminar, and I'm not going into it, okay? I think sometimes we simplify things too much. This is not a TikTok moment. Millions of people die. God, I feel like I'm yelling at people. This is terrible. Okay, I think that's my question. On to you. Here we go, Sensei.
Okay. Yeah, we will try to answer one question per person, I think, as we continue to read the questions. All right. This question is asking me why people do such effort to flexing on social media, especially on TikTok. Why people feel so much confident to make such a cringe content but still get many views on TikTok. These two are valid questions. And if you think about it, it's all for the cloud, right? It's all for, you know, raising your views. The more views you have, it has future implication. It could make you into social media influencers, as what we can see in the current environment. Whether your content is cringe or not, whether content is good, high quality, the effect could be the same. It makes you famous, and it could be some other benefits, socioeconomic benefits arising from there. And why do people why people feel so much confident to make such cringe content? Well, cringe content is very personal. My definition of cringe may not be the same as your definition of cringe. So perhaps it depends on who are actually viewing it. For example, according to my respondents who are very young, right? And they say most Bruneian TikTokers who are in the age of 30 to 40 are considered as cringe because they post embarrassing content. But for me, when I watch their content, because I'm almost turning 40, those content are not considered as cringe, yeah? So I guess it depends. And some people don't know whether, they don't really realize whether their content are embarrassing. I hope that answers your question. Maybe I can go to another one while waiting for you. Okay, all right. The second one, a moment ago, you mentioned that there is some of TikTok contexts that are considered as vulgar or not appropriate for Brunei, people which is an Islamic country. Is there any effect on this for Brunei people? To be honest, we have not studied the direct effect of TikTok on the community yet. But in everyday life, we have been seeing people commenting about how young generation are actually affected or being influenced by what they see on TikTok. One example is my own daughter. She's 7 years old, and then she will tell me, "Mom, can we make a TikTok video? You stand there and you dance in front of everybody." So she expected me to do things like that, yeah? So although we don't see any direct effect yet from our research, but we can see that in everyday lives, when you talk to different people, they have seen some effect of TikTok on the younger generation. I hope that answers the question.
Yes. Sorry, I'm still reading. So, I don't know which to start. There's some questions about on the kind of concept of Asia, I think, or Southeast Asia, or South Asia missing, or something. Yeah, of course, you know, Asia is it's hard to define, of course. It's originally kind of Western definition of a particular area, non-Western area, but like Asia's method or others, I think it aims to not to clearly define what Asia is, but strategically use many parts of Asian region. So it can be, of course, including diaspora in other parts of the world living outside geographically called Asia. So I think at least I can say the aim is not to clearly demarcate what Asia and what is not included. But of course, what is not included, our imagination is very important. As someone said, what happened to the stateless people living on the sea, for example. Yes, that's quite important kind of exclusion. So I think so what is excluded whenever we talk about ASEAN or Japan or Asia? It's a very important issue, I guess. And also as some discrimination issue. Yes, what effort Japanese government did to suppress discrimination against Korean in Japan? Nothing, actually. I would say nothing at all. In Japan, there is no anti-racism law at all. Although United Nations repeatedly asked Japan to consider the legislation of anti-racism and also to suppress racism in Japan, but Japanese government has done anything, I would say. So particularly, so about the bottom-up process, many people, of course, fight against such kind of hate speech against resident Koreans in Japan, which include fans of Korean wave, Korean K-pop or Korean drama. So I think recently, so their effort has won some kind of a local legislation, but on the national level, nothing happened. So that's a real problem with Japan, I would say. So grassroots activities are quite there, very active, but so national level, state level legislation and the structural change haven't accompanied. That's, I think, a problem with Japan. And also, I can answer to everything, but and yes, someone asks my last proposal to work together to materially, institutionally, and imaginatively build public pedagogy to progress international exchange. So what tool, what method you have in mind? Not much, actually. This is something I would like to discuss with you in this conference. So, but I think I showed some kind of issues we should consider whenever we try to develop such kind of public pedagogy to progress cross-border dialogue endorsed by the cultural mobilities in Asian countries. And also, as I said, very difficult question of what serving wider public interest within and across border means. Any example? Again, of course, what is public interest is a kind of contentious issue as well. But as far as today's my talk is concerned, at least like a cultural policy display, like a soft power. I'm not for the soft power cultural diplomacy or nation branding. I'm kind of critical of such kind of cultural policy because it's tend to aim to serve the very narrow goal of a national interest to, enhance national image by disseminating its own culture, be it traditional or modern or pop or art. So that's such a narrow kind of aim involved in this kind of cultural policy orientation. Of course, I'm not saying everything is such that, but I think it has as far as I see, it has such kind of a tendency to limit the kind of wider public interest within and across border, other than at least enhancing national images in the international arena by disseminating culture over its own from the nation. So yeah, so here can I stop because I'm still reading. Sorry about.
Still have 10 minutes. We have 10 more minutes.
All right. Let me just answer one more question while Prof is filtering the question there. What did the Brunei government people do to make the young generations start to filter what they see on TikTok? As not all videos are appropriate to their culture, is there any actions taken? At the moment, there's no concrete actions taken just yet, but we do have digital content management that should be able to guide what people post on the site. But in terms of filtering, we have, to the best of my knowledge, we have, but we don't have any kind of filtering mechanism just yet. However, what we lack in governance is actually managed by what we call communal policing. This is quite familiar. I mean, Malaysians would be familiar with this, where we have local police working on, commenting if they see something inappropriate happening on TikTok. If you put something up, they will comment. For example, if you're burying your body, they'll say, oh, it's not appropriate for a Muslim country, things like that. So even if you don't have all those kinds of, like filtering mechanism to govern what people can see or what you do online on TikTok, but we do have the local community policing our usage. Yeah, thank you.
The question that Professor Iwabapushi is reading is really long. So we'll give him a little time. It's okay. You want to ask?
I can't read.
There's a problem of being able to read the writing. This is true.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I think I answered most question. Yeah, so about Australian basis. Yeah,
So while Sensei is going through the paperwork, do you have any questions? I am transgressing and take over the role of the moderator. Sorry about that. Do you have any questions? Any further questions for any of the panelists? Don't be shy. This is our second day together. Friendship. Anyone?
This globalization era, why Japan do the region look to
Okay.
As we know, the competition.
Oh, we have a question from the audience. Okay, please.
As a market leader in manga, anime, and game industry, how if one day men who Korea surpass Japan? and China's game industry surpass Japan game industry. Like Koichi Sensei and all teachers sees your culture is soft power, especially popular culture for young people. Teachers, yeah, culture is.
One of the issue we're having is that, you know how in the age of digital, we used keyboard and it ruined our handwriting. So we spend our life here deciphering your handwriting. It's not your fault. It's not our fault. That's what I was joking. I feel like I'm trying to read a 7th century inscription. It's called chicken scratch. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Benny from Center of Research, Testing Technology and Standard of BRIN. So my question to Madam Siti, your presentation is very good. And one slide, you talk about reproduction of standard. So my question is, could you please explanation about the standard TikTok for the communication of the young people in the world? Thank you very much.
Yes, I was just reading your question here, Mr. Benny. Thank you so much for that. When I talk about reproduction standards, I was talking about the standard that is set by Bruneians for the local TikTokers content and global content. But in the case of the standards of TikTok communication in the world for the young people, I have no idea, to be honest. But I'm sure that different communities, different groups, they have their own standard, which again depends on internal, personal preference, as well as the local context and local culture. As I said earlier on, dancing is okay for non-Bruneians, but for Bruneians, they prefer not to. So most of them would produce content that is socio-culturally acceptable. I'm so sorry I can't answer your question on the standard of TikTok communication in the world, as I don't have the answer for that. But that opens up a new research question, something that we need to consider, especially now that more young people are using TikTok. Thank you.
Yeah, I have. Also, I have another 2 questions I can read. First one is influence of pop culture in affecting youth preferences toward their future life. I didn't say about this, actually. It's quite an interesting question, how cultural mobility in Asia has an impact on the young people's image or vision towards the future. That's quite interesting, but as far as I see, it has some influence about rethink their own life, society, identity. But this does not necessarily mean future life. Yeah, maybe there was a time when watching some media image coming from other so-called advanced developed country has some kind of a future dream to use. But nowadays, I think this era is already not entirely, but gone. So I don't know. This is a quite interesting question about how young people have a vision for the future by mutually consuming other media or culture or TikTok in the society. This is a quite interesting question, I think. And the other question is, yes, so Japan is not interested in disseminating culture overseas. I think they do. Japanese media industries are interested in exporting their culture, of course. But nowadays, Korean culture is much better. Yeah, I think. And also, as I said, Cool Japan policy. Japanese government invested huge money in this policy, but this policy was not quite successful at all, kind of waste of money. But I think as far as I see, at least Japanese government and the industry, media industries are interested in promoting their culture overseas. But just eventually Korean counterpart do much better at the moment. So yes, so that's another two questions I believe.
Okay, so there's no more question, right? So yes, we have listened to really amazing presentations this morning. Of course, as we all facing, the world is facing all kinds of transition at this moment. This panel offers to us research findings, critical inquiries, and concerns to our perceptions of mobilities. Our panelists have also proposed for different ideas of how to reimagine mobilities, whether as theoretical framework, as new mindset, as new culture, or even as a new transcendental paradigm. So these are things that we need to ponder about. So I would like to thank our panelists very, very much for engaging us in all these questions and thinking. And that leaves us a lot of homework to take with us to do. And of course, I would like to offer my appreciation to the Japan Foundation and Green for offering us this opportunity to have all these questions and inquiries proposed to our floor. Thank you very much. And we will go on to have lunch now. And then we will come back here in this room for the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of 4 panels this morning, and I hope you all have enjoyed and benefited from the presentation and discussion of our speakers. I would like to thank them once again, and please still at this stage to accept token of appreciation and photo session. To give token appreciation, we invite Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani as a chairman of the Research Organization for Social Science and Humanities, and Dr. Yuri Sato, Vice President of the Japan Foundation, to give the token appreciation to speakers and moderator. To speaker and moderator, please stand in front of the desk. Now for the photo session, please, Dr. Yuri. Maybe with different position or... Thank you very much to all speaker, moderator, and also Prof. Najib and Dr. Yuri. To all participants, we remind you, don't forget to take your belongings, and please take from your seat or your table. And for prayer room is on the second floor, one stair step under our floor. And for speakers, moderator, and VIP invitation, please come to VIP room on the left side of the entrance for lunch break. Thank you very much. Pada para peserta, kami silakan untuk istirahat santap siang, dan bagi akan melaksanakan sholat zuhur berada di lantai 2 atau satu lantai di bawah lantai kita, dan akan kembali pada pukul 1 siang. Dan kami mohon untuk dapat membawa barang-barang bawaan Anda dari tempat duduk atau meja Anda. Terima kasih dan selamat siang. Mohon bantuan kepada rekan-rekan panitia, barangkali bertemu dengan para peserta, mohon dapat diarahkan untuk kembali ke ruang auditorium karena sesaat lagi acara akan kita lanjutkan. Terima kasih. All speakers and participants, please come to this room because we will start fifth panel in a few minutes. Thank you. Kami persilakan kepada Bapak Ibu peserta untuk segera memasuki ruang acara karena panel kelima atau panel terakhir akan kita laksanakan beberapa saat lagi. Terima kasih. Pengumuman juga untuk para peserta, bagi yang akan bertanya, mohon dapat menuliskan nama dan organisasinya atau institusinya. Jadi supaya di-mention oleh moderator gitu ya. So, to moderator for the next panel, we ask you to read or to mention the questionnaire from the audience, so we know it's come from someone or organization. Dan jangan lupa juga pertanyaannya ditujukan kepada siapa. Gitu. Jangan sampai salah alamat. Kalau salah alamat nggak ketemu seperti Ayu Ting Ting ya. Sebelum dimulai coba kita cek dulu ya, di ruangan ini sudah makan siang tadi kan ya. Tolong dibantu suaranya ya. Dari Indonesia bisa angkat tangan nggak? Peserta dari Indonesia dari dalam negeri. Boleh angkat tangan? Coba 1, 2, 3. Oh iya paling banyak. Oke, saya sapa halo, jawabnya hai. Coba yang ada berapa? Halo. Yang belakang mungkin belum kebagian buah tadi ya. Kok kurang kenceng? Oh cendol ya, cendol dawet itu pesanan. Oke Bapak dan Ibu, sebelum kita mulai ada sedikit ice breaking. Kita akan coba cek konsentrasinya. To all speaker, participant, we will check our concentration. Cek konsentrasinya, Bapak Ibu yang ada di sini, boleh angkat tangannya, boleh kanan atau kiri, tergantung kebiasaan. Please raise up your hand. Okay, to all of you, raise up your hand. It's depend your common, bisa kanan, kiri, left or right. Okay, ikuti seperti saya, follow me. Lihat, ini buka, tutup. Open and close, like that. Oke, silakan. 1, 2, 3. Buka, tutup. Buka, tutup. Buka, tutup. Buka lagi, tutup. Touch your chin. Where is your chin? This is forehead. Berarti belum konsentrasi. Kebiasaan orang Indonesia belum makan lapar, udah makan gak konsen alias ngantuk ya. Baik, terima kasih, tepuk tangan untuk kita semua di sesi kelima ini. Oke, mohon izin Pak Kepala OR, Prof. Najib, sedikit itu Pak, supaya gini. Mohon izin Pak. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to fifth panel session or the last panel, and the title is Challenges to Mobilities, How to Embrace Diversity and Create Coexistence. And this panel will moderate by Dr. Aurelio Sergio Cristofao Guterres from East Timor or Timor-Leste. Dr. Aurelio is senior lecturer from National University of East Timor, former president or rector of National University of East Timor, and former foreign minister of East Timor. Aurelio Sergio hold a degree in law and development studies from Universities Kristen Satya Wacana, Indonesia, and master and PhD from Massey University, New Zealand. He has 30 years of professional experience in education, development, migration, refugees, disaster management, and international relations. He is a senior lecturer at Faculty of Management and Social and Political Science, National University of Timor-Leste, or UNTL, since 1992. He also has provided various professional and volunteer services in works during his professional career as an academic. Especially on migration, he also assumed the position of Rector of National University of Timor-Leste and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Timor-Leste. Please welcome to Dr. Aurelio Sergio to the stage. And for the speaker is Ahmad Nuri Huda from BRIN, and also Dr. Tadashi Ogawa, Atomi University, Japan. And then Chalidapon Song Sampan from Thammasat University, Thailand. To Dr. Aurelio, time is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Masters of Ceremony, for the time. Normally, session after lunch make people sleepy. Well, I hope that the presentation this afternoon, this does not happen. So we can engage in the discussion presentations. As you all know, we have three distinctive academicians, professors, doctors, and also researchers in our in front of you from different background, anthropologists, political scientists, and also social scientists. So they're going to share with us the work that they have done on mobilities, in particular within the framework of ASEAN and Japan. With nowadays we are facing challenges not only globally but particularly in our region, when people moving from one place to another for different reasons, economic reasons. Some have to leave their countries because of political reasons, conflicts. But when they come to the place of destination, they face issues, problems, challenges in terms of adjusting with the environment, in terms of culture adjustment because of different culture, different language, way of life. So this is a big challenge that we are facing in our region. And this afternoon, our three presenters, experts, are going to share with us the results of their work from different perspectives. Political perspective, from anthropological perspective, also from social science perspective. I believe that you already went through these three presenters. First speaker, Dr. Ahmad Nuril Huda. He's a researcher at BRIN. And second, Professor Tadashi Ogawa of Japan. Faculty of Letters, Department of Humanities from Atomi University. And our third speaker is Professor Shalida Porn Song Sampan of Thailand, but she asked me to call her Shalida. Professor Shalida is a political scientist from the university, from Thammasat University in Bangkok. I think it's not easy for us to get the people from experts from different backgrounds to share the experience and the result of their work. I think we can use this afternoon to get more insight of result of their work. And of course, that as our Deputy President said this morning, that we'll be sharing all this work in a report so everyone can have access. So as you all know, that you have 25 minutes of to deliver your presentation. You go to the business, don't go around. So you have use your time, 25 minutes. I'm very strict on time. So please make sure that the 25 minutes you finish your presentation. And then after that, we have some questions and answers. So you give more time to people to make questions so you can.
Can I negotiate 5 minutes? It's very. I prepared it for 20 minutes.
20 minutes. It's 20 minutes better, so you can give more time to people for. Okay. And please, we give a big applause for Dr. Ahmad to your presentation, please.
Thank you, Pak Olio. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers of the symposium, both from the side of BRIN and Japan Foundations, for giving me a space to share part of my research on filmmaking practices among Muslim students, or called santri, in pesantren, or an Indonesian Islamic boarding school equivalent of the Middle East madrasah. When I use the term santri and pesantren here, I refer to those affiliated to NU or Nahdlatul Ulama, one of the traditionalist Muslim groups in Indonesia. The data that I will present today is part of my PhD project that I defended online because of the pandemic, of course, 3 years ago at Leiden University. In particular, my presentation will talk about the film, or one film, entitled Intensive, which means the intensive class, produced by a group of a female santri of a traditional pesantren in West Java called Kidang Pesantren. I will look at how image-making practices and technologies are instrumental for the productions of mediated mobility among female members of the pesantren. Please to the next slide. Okay. Is there any problem? Okay. It can happen. Okay, maybe start from the first slide first to give an impression. So, yes, and then now the second slide. Okay, this image is the film that I will talk about, called Intensive. The outline of presentations is as follows. I will first talk about the relationship between film and pesantren, which provides a background to my research. Then I will briefly talk about the theoretical approach that I use here, which include mediated mobility and women Muslim agency. After that, I'll go into the case of my study, in which I will explore the relationship between female Muslim subject, filmmaking practices, and the productions of mediated mobility in Indonesian context, or Indonesian pesantren context. Next slide, please. This is the image of how the filmmaking process happens in the pesantren. And that is the class, and these are the female students I'll talk about. Film and pesantren are two words that do not easily get connected with each other. Many of the pesantren people, if not majority of them, even to this day, still consider film-related practices like cinema going as taboo. Rejection to iconoclasm has a long history in Muslim societies, but the pesantren people's reluctance to filmmaking technologies and practices, I argue, has more to do with their unfamiliarity with the technology and the harmful cinema and the harmful stigma that grow around film watching practices. Once Muslims become familiar with the working and affordance of film-related technologies, their response to them will change accordingly. My argument is supported by the fact that in the last 2 decades, we have witnessed the emergence of cinematic fervor among a segment of younger generation of santri across Indonesia. One example is the female santri in Kidang Pesantren. In between 2010 and 2013, the female members of the pesantren managed to produce Hidup Sekali, Hiduplah yang Berarti, or Life is Only Once and Live It Meaningfully. And Intensive, or the Intensive Class. These are 2 long feature films about everyday lived realities in Kidang. Next slide, please. Okay. Next again. Yeah. Now I will talk about the context of the pesantren. Kidang is a traditionally self-affiliated pesantren established in the 1870s, located in the heartland of Sundanese culture, West Java. Since the early 2000s, it has begun to call itself an integrated pesantren, with its leaders translated as integrating Kidang's Kitab Kuning, or classical Islamic book, curriculum, with the national education system and the modern madrasah of Gontor Pesantren. The pesantren's curriculum change has ushered in the emergence of a new santri in Kidang, ones who come from middle-class families and appreciate curricular activities characteristics of urban and middle-class backgrounds, including filmmaking practices. Kidang people believe women's bodies and voices are aurat, or one that's restricted to the male's public gaze. This understanding comes partly from Islamic teachings developed in pesantren and is primarily enhanced by the patriarchal culture of many local communities in Indonesia. Kidang space is therefore gendered. It is, for example, strictly divided into a male and a female zone. This is the example of the female and female zones. This is the male with, and the other side are the female zones. There we see students of the pesantren having ritual worship, having a worship, and this is the most. This building is the most, and the most is become a symbolic line of the divisions of the gendered space between male and female. Female students cannot cross into the male area and vice versa. Only certain people in the pesantren, such as its leaders, teachers, and senior students can pass these boundaries. However, the space division rule has a more significant effect on female than male students. While men's bodies and voices move into Kidang shared spaces, they are more acceptable than those of women. For example, art performance enacted by female students are restricted only to students of the same gender and the pesantren's leaders and teachers. On the contrary, those performed by male students are consumable for Kidang's female students and the general public around the pesantren. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, okay. Having in mind the pesantren patriarch dominance and its gendered spaces that push women into closed spaces, I will look at how, firstly, by way of making film, female students of Kidang are enabled to create what I call a female gaze. That is a distinctive way by which women or female as agentive subjects look at and speak to social realities around them, including themselves. And secondly, I will discuss the extent to which such technologically mediated gaze can travel across and at times break down pesantren's gendered spaces. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the pictures of the end of the scenes of the films. Yesterday, and also earlier this morning, our speakers have discussed that in order to get a sense of belonging to a given society, one has to be always on the move, voluntarily or forced, not only with the people, but also with the non-human entities, both tangible and intangible. We have also heard that the act of moving has always been entangled with powers, norms, and meaning, as well as involves social, material, temporal, and symbolic components that make a movement both possible and impossible. Here, I would add into the discussion the significance of media and technology to human experience of mobility. Media technology, like film, has provided new opportunities for people, image, sounds, and other entities to move across spatial and temporal borders in ways that are previously unimaginable. While the physicality of females' veiled bodies and voices are regularly not allowed to enter into Kidang's male spaces, with the help of film technology, has created a kind of mobility that is mediated. However, what I mean by mediated mobility in my presentation is not just a movement of things generated by media. Instead, it refers to how people's capacity to move, shape, and be shaped by media ecologies growing around them. This means an exploration of mediated mobility requires us to identify not only the various forms of boundary crossing movement facilitated by media technologies, but also the productions and reproductions of meaning that occurs through and around mediated mobility practices. This way, any attempt to understand mediated mobility practices among female santri in Kidang, in particular, requires to recognize that these women have cultivated an agency of their own, one that is related to them being young Muslim women living in pesantren patriarchal culture. Here, I will talk about the women Muslim agency. My take on the concept of women Muslim agency is inspired by the late anthropologist Sabah Mahmood in her book on women mosque movement in Cairanese neighborhoods, Egypt, who proposed two interrelated approaches to analyze women's Muslim agency. The first is to consider the kind of desires, motivations, commitments, and aspirations of female Muslims by which they can uphold particular practices that are germane to the cultivations of their ideal virtuous self. The second is to look at female Muslims' agency not as a synonym for resistance to relations of dominations, but as a capacity for actions that is embedded in Islam's patriarchal traditions that at times also legitimate women's subordinations. I use her approach because it does not reduce the concept of agency into the individual agency of the neoliberal feminist agenda, nor it essentially equates Islamic particular traditions across Muslim societies, considering the fact that the status of women in different Muslim societies dramatically varies from one to the other. Please, next slide. Okay, now I will go into the case study of my research. I will talk about the intensive. This is the picture of the directors of the film. I'm really sorry that I couldn't include the part of the scene or excerpt of the film because my file about the films is stored in my laptop back home. So forgive me for that. I hope I will help you describing it. Intensive tells a story of a former Santriwati of Kidang, namely Raihani, who pays a short visit to Kidang out of nostalgia for her pesantren days. The film starts with a scene of Raihani entering Kidang's main gate. She was described wearing a lost dress made from silky clothes combined with a finely crafted veil, elegant-looking high heels, and a book manuscript she embraced on her chest. Look at the pictures of Aisyah. It is exactly like the profile of Raihani in the film. I took it from her Facebook account. Such a scene is symbolic of Raihani's taste for modernity and prosperity, which she achieved through her career as a book writer. The film then made a flashback into times when Raihani was studying in Kidang, in which she was portrayed to different point of views coming from several of her best friends as a female student with some intelligent, hardworking spirits and leadership strength, characters that has brought her into a successful future. When I first watched Raihani's image, I immediately sensed that she is quite a personification or self-representations of Aisyah herself. And these sensations increasingly intensified as the film rolled on. Aisyah is a senior santri in Kidang who is the director of the film. If one is to find a significant character of Aisyah that is missing in Raihani's, it is the former's interest in filmmaking. However, not coincidentally, the film described that Raihani had a friend called Sheila who comes from Jakarta and has a distinctive hobby of filming her friends with her handycam in a secretive manner. The final scenes of the film showing Sheila's hidden handycam filming Raihani and her friends celebrating the years of friendship in Kidang. Could you please move to the upfront where we see the scenes before it? No, this one. This is the final scene of the film. The final scenes of the film showing Sheila's hidden handycam filming Raihani and her friends celebrating their years of friendship in Kidang seem to suggest that The Intensive is a film that this girl might have produced. Sheila's character thus signifies Aisyah's effort to represent herself throughout, if not through Raihani, several of the Santriwati protagonists in her film. This might mean that Intensive represent a female gaze of Kidang's female students. That is, they want to be seen as female subjects aspiring to combine piety with modernity and success in their future careers. Please, next slides. Okay. almost to the end of my presentations. Before this, okay. No, after this, sorry. No, this one. Because I want to be a productive. This is Aisa's. The quote I cited in this slide is an answer of Aisa, an answer of Aisa to my questions of what it is that first of all encouraged her to produce films. It implies that she is a woman of a desiring subject. That is, like most females in the world, Kidang female students are subjects with their own desires and with some capacity for actions in relations to those desires. This capacity for actions, however, is a product of the culture with which they live. For example, Aisa is not and never explicitly identifies herself as a women's rights activist or a female leader who deliberately works to improve the status of women in her community. Her view on religious ideas in general and the position of women in particular is also conservative. She is, however, concerned with the idea of women's emancipation, arguing that women should be given equal rights to education as men and should be allowed to decide their own choices in life. During my fieldwork in Kidang, I often found Aisa and other female students off-guard lamenting about Kidang's restriction to their movement across the pesantren's mixed gender spaces. However, they also believe that such restrictions was enacted by Kidang's mostly male leaders according to Islamic teachings and for the good sake of everyone in pesantren. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the pictures of the premiere of the films in front of the pesantren's leaders who are mostly male. So filmmaking practices have allowed Aisa and her female fellow students in Kidang to move across gender-segregated forms of Kidang public space, as her films, unlike her veiled body, will circulate more easily, if not more freely, in an otherwise restricted gaze of the male spectators. Through her films, she can obtain her agency to speak not only to the public domains of Kidang people and beyond, but also to a certain degree to Kidang's male authority. It is a means through which her putative dangerous gaze, voice, and embodied femininity gain an emancipated expressions in Kidang's male-dominated public. Because without this film, it is almost impossible, it is very difficult, if I can say it correctly, for female members of the pesantren to present in public space and other people, people from outside pesantren attending the female's presence. But with it, it's become possible. So, however, the ways in which Kidang's female bodies and voices are allowed to be filmed are still subjective to the authority of Kidang's male elite leaders. Aisa, for example, had to pocket a permission from the pesantren's male leader by submitting to him her film scenario before she was allowed to make her films. More importantly, Aisa's attitude in public space is severely scrutinized by Kidang people and will give impact to her well-being. As an example, once Aisa made a bold statement about a husband-wife relationship on her Facebook account following her marriage with the son of the Kidang's main leader. No sooner did I read the status, it triggered harsh reactions from her female and male counterparts in Kidang. And a more senior ustada told her quite truly that she had to learn to be wiser in keeping a family's private problem. And as a woman, she had to sincerely follow her husband, a comment that only was supported even more harshly by one of the pesantren's ustads or male teachers. Aisa did not confront their critics, saying that her writing at her Facebook account did not relate to her family affairs. Yet, after this Facebook incident, Aisa shows more careful behavior on her Facebook page, indicating the extent to which her capability of managing her family's domestic and private affairs will influence the expansions of agency into public domains and recognition in Kidang's patriarchal culture, hence also influence the experience of her filmmaking practices. So last but not least, The ability of Kidang's female students to experiencing filmmaking practices has much to do with the fact that Kidang leaders do not highly value film, as this is the majority views that the elite traditionalist affiliated Muslim leaders in Indonesia have. I argue it is precisely because of the marginal position of film among the pesantren people that Aisyah and her female fellows in Kidang are granted easier access to filmmaking technologies. To sum up this slide, while it is not impossible, the exercise of Aisyah's ability to experience filmmaking technologies is fundamentally predicated upon and operated within the limitations of pesantren patriarchal values. So my conclusion is filmmaking practices have enabled Aisyah to some extent and her fellow female students in Kidang to move across pesantren male-dominated boundaries. However, their experience with film-related practices and technologies is largely defined the pesantren patriarchal culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. You finished 21 minutes. Thank you.
This 1 minute.
I think this is one more applause for our friend here, Dr. Ahmad. I think it's a very interesting research work on our society, especially when a very female-dominated society, and then you come with the media that has very powerful instrument to how to, especially on women's right. I think this is very important for us. Is a big challenge, especially in our society, our community in Southeast Asia. But it also gives us space that media play a very important role here. So I continue to invite Professor Ogawa to do his presentation, please, Professor.
So please screen my PowerPoint. Thank you. So thanks to BRIN and Japan Foundation, I worked for the Japan Foundation Jakarta for 10 years. So Jakarta is my second home. So I'm very happy to return again. Saya merasa bermudik ke kampung halaman saya. Thank you. Terima kasih. Next, please. These 4 points outlines today. First, 2 forces of globalization, and second, inequality in wealth and inequality in dignity. Third, what can culture do in terms of fostering tolerance? Fourth, Fukuda Doctrine as international public good. Next, please. So the first 2 forces of globalization. Next, please. The strong force of globalization to equalize the world's diverse culture has given rise to counter force to assert one's uniqueness and seek recognition from others. The phenomenon of religious revival seen since the 1980s in various parts of the world, including ASEAN, may be reaction to the supermodern orientation of globalization. Next, please. As a concrete example of how globalization is stimulating religious revival, I would like to cite the extended application of concept of halal by Muslim consumers in Indonesia, Malaysia, and other Southeast Asian countries. They demanded halal certified products, not only in the food industry, but also in various other sectors, such as cosmetics, fashion, finance, and tourism. In the COVID-19 crisis, many citizens in Indonesia demanded vaccines be halal and the government could not ignore this demand. The reason why Muslims in ASEAN demand halal more than Middle Eastern Muslim countries has to do with the fact the ASEAN countries have become multicultural societies since the colonial era. In multicultural society, the premise that all products are halal is no longer given, and the Muslim must be sensitive to being halal in order to observe their own precepts. Therefore, Muslims in Indonesia and Malaysia seek halal endorsement from the government and the religious authorities. Next, please. There is ongoing debate around the world on how to view the advantage and the disadvantage of globalization. In the 1990s, when mobilities began to accelerate, there was a strong sense of optimism. The International Division of Labor will promote economic development in developing countries and help solve the world's poverty problems. The expansion of middle class through the economic development will bring social stability and promote democratization. And the economic political exchange will also promote cross-cultural exchange and mutual understanding, contributing to the world peace. Next, please. However, as globalization progresses, their disadvantages have become apparent, and pessimism is gaining momentum. Domestic industries have lost out to international competition are in decline, resulting in job losses, declining wages, and other working conditions, widening the gap between the rich and the poor, and intensifying social disparities, dividing population, undermining foundations of democracy, giving rise to authoritarianism and the fear of cultural conformism, and the loss of traditional culture is stimulating excessive nationalism, which has become causing conflict. Often the negative effect of globalization tend to focus only on the aspect of economic disparity, but it is insufficient to understand human psychology and behavior solely from the economic motives. Economy and culture are closely related. Next, please. Second, inequality in wealth and equality in dignity. Next, please. So in the immediate aftermath of the terrorist attack in the United States, I once wrote, inequality in dignity at the root cause of terrorism and violence, along with inequality in wealth. Next, please. Regarding the inequality in dignity, American political scientist Francis Fukuyama states, self-esteem is the basis of human dignity, and the self-esteem always seek recognitions. Since self-esteem comes from being recognized and respected for one's value by others, human beings always demand approval from others. Next, please. Fukuyama points out there are two types of self-esteem: the desire to be respected as equal to others, isothermia. And desire to be recognized as superior to others, megasosemia. These two types of desire for recognition from others exist not only in individuals, but also in societies and nations. Next, please. Strong feeling of neglect and humiliation of oneself, one's community, and one's nation are transferred into the energy of a struggle for recognition of self-esteem, such as citizens' movement for democracy, social revolution, civil rights, and gender equality. It is this unfulfilled demand for recognition that underlies excessive nationalism and religious extremism that has emerged into many parts of the world, bringing the world into chaos. Next, please. The pandemic of the new coronavirus occurred all over the world, and the spirit of internationalism was undermined. As of March 2023, 676 million people worldwide had been infected, and 6.88 million people had lost their lives. Because people all over the world were at the risk of infection, government took measures such as issuing stay-at-home order, restricting travel, postponing major events, and locking down religious facilities. Situation never before experienced by the humankind. The flow of people and the logistics across national borders came to a halt, putting a major brake on economic activities. Next, please. This unprecedented crisis has had a profound impact not only on the economy, but also the psychology of people. Against the backdrop of growing anxiety and a heightened sense of crisis, there was an information delusions, fake news were rampant in digital space, anti-globalization and xenophobic sentiment grow, and racial and ethnic discrimination and narrow-minded nationalism that prioritize one's own country became apparent. Needless to say, exchange between Japan and ASEAN, which are based on people-to-people contact and dialogue, also suffered greatly. Next, please. So third, what can culture do in terms of fostering tolerance? Next. Next, please. Even before the outbreak of there were signs that the spirit of internationalism has been stagnated, but the pandemic has further deepened the crisis of international collaboration. Now that pandemic is finally subduing, how can we restore the damaged spirit of internationalism and build a world where the people can live together in peace and stability, recognizing each other's difference? Partnership between Japan and ASEAN has a significant role to play in global peace and prosperity, I think. The key to this partnership is culture. Culture is double-edged sword. Culture is a source of people's self-esteem and serve as bond that connect people and unite societies beyond borders. On the other hand, where the people's self-esteem becomes excessive, they draw the boundaries of their own culture and try to exclude people of other cultures from boundaries. viewing the outside world as enemy. Next, please. In Symposium of the Role of Culture Initiative for Peace, then Japan Foundation President Kazuo Ogura described cultural exchange as a process of assimilation, absorption, and integration. At the same time, he pointed out cultural exchange is a process and a catalyst for independence, resistance, and segregation. And that we must ask, what conditions are for using culture for good and drawing out its potential for peace? Mutual understanding itself through international culture exchange, fostering a sense that humanity is one community, is a key to preventing outbreak of conflict. In area of conflict, such as a conflict between Russia and Ukraine, empathy created by cultural exchange prevents the psychological and cultural isolation of citizens from the rest of the world. And it will help deter spread of hatred. Cultural exchange can also play a role in healing hearts and minds of those who have been hurt by conflict and providing forum for dialogue and reconciliation. Cultural exchange can also contribute to restoration of cultural ethnic pride. The Japan Foundation's involvement in human resource development for conservation and the restoration of Angkor Wat complex after the end of the Civil War was also a way to help restore the pride of Cambodian people. Next, please. Fourth, the Fukuda Doctrine as international public good. Next, please. As we look to the future of Japan-ASEAN partnership, it is important to recognize we have inherited a valuable diplomatic asset from our predecessors. That is Fukuda Doctrine, 3 principles of Japan's foreign policy toward Southeast Asia, announced in 1977 by then Japanese Prime Minister Takeo Fukuda, have provided the foundation on which Japan's subsequent cultural exchange have been based. 3 principles as follows. First, not seeking military power. Second, heart-to-heart understanding. Third, equal partnership among ASEAN member countries. Next, please. So Japan Foundation established ASEAN Culture Center in Tokyo in 1990 to introduce contemporary culture of ASEAN, like Benkel Theater Rendra or Teatro Koma Liantiarno, to Japanese people. And Asia Center, Phase 1, 1995 to 2005, Phase 2, 2014 to 2022, was established to succeed ASEAN Culture Center and promote mutual understanding within Asian regions. The project implemented by the Asia Center were characterized by two-way exchange and collaboration, not one-way outward transmission. These were based on a spirit of heart-to-heart communication and equal partnership of Fukuda Doctrine. Fukuda Doctrine have served for the 45 years as a foundation for fostering mutual understanding and partnership between Japan and ASEAN. Next, please. In order for Japan and ASEAN to reject intolerance toward diversity and deter the rise of exclusivism, it is imperative that the spirit of Fukuda Doctrine be applied to contemporary world. The Fukuda Doctrine has an affinity with the concept of a new public diplomacy, which has been attracting attention in recent years. New public diplomacy began to emerge around the 2010s when the limit of traditional public diplomacy was recognized. Traditional public diplomacy, in which countries' value and ideology are transmitted to citizens abroad through the media, was formed during the Cold War. Jan Morrison, as advocate of new public diplomacy, summarizes the difference between new public diplomacy and the traditional public diplomacy in the following 3 points. First, new public diplomacy involves not only the state, but also non-state actors, large and small, international organizations, local government, etc., in public diplomacy from their own perspective. Second, while traditional public diplomacy has focused on appealing to overseas citizens and strictly distinguished itself from domestic public relations for citizens within one's own country, the reality is that the line between domestic and overseas public relations is becoming increasingly unclear due to the increase and acceleration of transnational mobilities, people, and informations. Therefore, the new public diplomacy seeks to take a comprehensive view of both external and domestic public networking. Third, while traditional public diplomacy focuses on one-way information dissemination and outreach to overseas citizens, the new public diplomacy emphasizes efforts to understand others, foreign countries and different cultures, mutual understanding, networking, relationship building through dialogue. Next, please. One effective way to build an equal partnership is through collaboration. Japan and ASEAN can better understand each other as we work together to find a solution to our common problems. The challenges facing ASEAN, such as sustainable economic growth and the elimination of social disparities, climate change, and natural disasters, are common challenges for Japan as well. Mutual understanding can be deepened through the collaborative work involving not only experts, but also citizens to exchange and share the experience on various common issues. For example, FMYY, that is multicultural and multilingual community broadcasting station in Kobe, one of the areas hardest hit by the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake, is working with the Japan Foundation and the JICA to strengthen disaster preparedness through the community radio with support from Indonesian Community Radio Association. The project to strengthen disaster preparedness using community radio is a good example of this kind of collaboration. And yesterday, Yuri Sato-san gave us beautiful examples. So in the spirit of Fukuda Doctrine, Japan-ASEAN culture exchange has been practicing new public diplomacy even before the concept of a new public diplomacy emerged, aiming at a two-way or multilateral mutual understanding networking rather than one-way transmission and nurturing equal partners. So there is no need to change this direction, and this direction should be further strengthened. Let us build multilateral network of collaboration between citizens of Japan and ASEAN. The more network we are, the brighter our future will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I think it's very interesting presentation. You try to cover the globalization that now we are facing today. Try to see the advantage and also these advantages of globalization. Plus internationalism, which you focus on people living together in peace and harmony and prosperity. But in the same time, we face challenges on, particularly on conflict prevention, de-escalation and restoration. But one of the important things that I noted here when you approach your studies, see on the traditional diplomacy and new approach or new public diplomacy, which you underline the importance of a cultural approach. Of course, in the new diplomacy, different actors, civil society, international organization, but you underline that the importance of culture here. It's important, especially in the context of ASEAN and Japan, which you try to see from some examples of climate change and some experience in Japan on disaster risk management, particularly disaster mitigation. I think this is some model that probably we can explore further. Once again, thank you, Professor, for your presentation. It is very important for us. And one big applause for Professor once again before we pass to Professor Shalidapong.
Good afternoon, everyone. สวัสดีค่ะ It is very difficult to be the last speaker of the session because I just realized that most of my points are overlapped with the two sensei, Ogawa sensei and also Iwabuchi sensei this morning. They are not exactly the same, but so many points are overlapped. So be patient with me. Okay. And since when I was listening to Ogawa sensei, he talked about this Fukuda doctrine, this heart-to-heart approach to develop this Japan-ASEAN relationship. It sounds so romantic. So maybe I should start off my presentation with this quote. I think all of you are so familiar with this quote. Love is blind, right? Let me tell you that love does not blind anyone, but actually love enhances our ability to see things that might not exist. Love enhances your ability to see things that might not exist. And at the same time, love makes us overlook so many things that exist right in front of us. So that's what love is. Love doesn't blind anyone. So does fear. When we encounter the things or persons that we do not know, that we are not familiar with. That situations tend to arouse the fear in us. And that fear prevents us from seeing so many things. That fear tend to lead us to see the things that might not exist or exaggerate so many points, because we are not familiar with the persons or the things that we are encountering. That's why I add the term fear, add it, and link it with this mobility and diversity. I try to guess what the main line of argument for this event, this meeting might be. And I just realized that, from reading this concept paper for this conference, is the fact that we tend to link mobility with diversity. Next slide, please. I'm not good at using PowerPoints, but because it limits my thought, but it might be easier for us to just follow that. So we link mobility with diversity. This concept, globalization, that the previous speaker mentioned, globalization, this movement, this mobility of people, of goods and services, of capital, of information, of ideas and values, and also of lifestyles. The globalization has been the catchword in the 1990s. If you are old enough, you might realize that so many people, the scientists, the social scientists all over the world talk about this concept, globalization, this interconnectedness, this mobility of people, of capital and everything. And because of that, because of this mobility, people in so many societies have been forced to face people, ideas, and also things that they are not familiar with. People that they do not know. People that are quite different from them. And with this development in transportation and communication technology, some people said that we are in this fourth wave of globalization, the globalization 4.0. I do not agree with this wave analogy, but it might be easier for some of you to look at globalization. Let's say if we are in this fourth wave of globalization, now we have this online space that we use to communicate, to build this community, to exchange information, ideas, opinion. And also we use this online space to confront with one another. So what I'm trying to say is we have been facing with these people, ideas, and things that we are not used to, that we do not know, we are not familiar with, that arouse fear in all of us. So that's why I link this fear with diversity. And I try to explain why we are so afraid of differences. I'm not sure, if what I try to say, these political science concepts will help us understand our situation. But I'm a political scientist, so let me just talk about these worldview, this web of meanings that all of us in East Asia and Southeast Asia have been using. This web of meanings have so many elements that happen to be the remnants, the leftovers of the 17th, 19th, and 20th century. So we are still using this framework, that have been imported from somewhere else with these elements that might not match those changes in our situation. I'm talking about, I cannot cover them all, but let me just pick two elements of this web of meanings that we have been using. These two elements just shape the way we look at the world. One of them is this Westphalian state. The Japanese senseis call it nation state. Yeah, nation, so many of you might be familiar with the term nation state, but I prefer to use the term Westphalian state because this particular form of state came into existence because of this set of peace treaties of Westphalia in 1648. Let me repeat, 1648, centuries ago. And these treaties of Westphalia just depict this world order with, that comprise of this state as sovereign power holder. So in the 21st century, we still live with that kind of state, the Westphalian state. So when we travel, when we cross the border of our state, you have to use a passport. And unfortunately, the idea, the prediction in the 1990s that globalization would make this Westphalian state, nation state, obsolete because of these trans-border activities. We should realize by now that states are still alive and well. And these nation states regulate so many aspects of our social lives. So what's wrong with that? Do not forget that when we imported this idea of nation Westphalian state as a part of this package that we call colonial modernity, we had to go through this process that we call state building and nation building. Because in order to construct this modern state, nation state, Westphalian state, it's up to you which terms you prefer. You have to construct this new collective identity that we call nation. Otherwise, people would dedicate their resources, their energies to the units that closer to their hearts. People would be loyal to their households, families, and also communities. So these modern states could not allow people to feel attached to those units. So all of us in this part of the world, from East Asia to Southeast Asia, we went through this process that we call nation building, and all of you already know about it. This, we had to pick, which language or languages would be our national language. For me, it's quite interesting to study these language policies of different states in ASEAN. I'm not an expert on that, but for me, it's quite interesting. We constructed this national history, this national educational system. We constructed this common tradition and practices. All of this have been constructed and reproduced again and again. In order to create nation as a political community, this imagined community. So the nation that we are so used to it does not just exist by itself. It is a construct that need, to be reproduced again and again. So what's wrong with that? So with this sense of nation, this collective identity, we use this approach, differentiation and exclusion. So in order to construct this collective identity, we emphasize the differences between us and them, the differences. And in order to make this nation as a political community powerful enough to steal this sense of loyalty of the people, this sense of superiority of our nation has been attached to this collective identity as well. That's what we have been living with. And, our context has been changing a lot, but we still look at the world through that kind of meanings. And when we encounter these difficult situations, when people encounter these difficult situations, crises and everything that affect their livelihood and even their survival, when you are in trouble, you try to explain why you were in trouble. And you tend to blame it on the others, the enemies. That's why it's quite difficult to deal with differences. And do not forget that with this globalization, third wave, fourth wave of globalization, you have been forced to encounter the differences, this diversity. So I just picked this example of what happened in ASEAN, this sport rivalry among the ASEAN member states. I plan to write a research note on football rivalry in ASEAN, still do not have time. So let me just use this as an example here, the sport rivalries in ASEAN. We are supposed to be a community, of people, of 10 plus 1 states, right? But if you follow the sports fans in this area, you might realize that we have been hating one another so badly. So next slide, please. Let me just give you the 2 examples. The reason why I use the PowerPoints are because of these 2 pictures. Let's look at this issue, Kun Khmer. I hope I pronounce it right. Kun Khmer, right? Kun Khmer and Muay Thai. This SEA Games that just happened at the beginning of this year. So many issues, you already know that. And one of these big debate is on the issue of Muay Thai and Kun Khmer. Because our Cambodian friends claim that this kickboxing, belong to the Khmer, this Cambodian. So the correct term is Kun Khmer. But the Thai side said, no, it's Muay Thai. Kickboxing is Muay Thai. And people all over the world know Muay Thai, not Kun Khmer. So it has been this big fighting. And I try to understand the differences. So until this moment, I could not differentiate between Muay Thai and Kun Khmer. So what seems to be the point here? The point is we tend to highlight the differences among us. So instead of looking at this kickboxing, Muay Thai, Kun Khmer, whatever, as something that people on the mainland Southeast Asia share, something we share, you tend to differentiate, these kind of practices, and you claim this ownership of the practices. For me, that's quite strange and sad at the same time. So Thailand did not participate in these Kun Khmer things in ASEAN. So let's move on to football. I hope, I'm not quite sure if any one of you are football fans. Raise your hands if you happen to be football fans. I am one of them. It's not politically correct for a feminist to be football fan, but anyway. So if you still remember this scenario that happened in the final match of this football in SEA Games. It started off as a football match, but it ended as K1 match. So Thailand did not participate in this Kun Khmer, but you ended up having this kickboxing and everything at the end of the football match. And why is that? This football rivalry in ASEAN, for me, is a big issue. Because if you follow this social media and you just went through these debates among people, especially 3 states in ASEAN, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam, mainly Thailand and Vietnam, because the 2 people of the 2 states, the Thai and Vietnamese, claim that they are the king of ASEAN in terms of football. For me, this is an example, a very good example of toxic masculinity. Their testosterone must be boiling up, when they are competing. And Indonesia used to be counted as a good friend of Thailand, when people started debating via this online platform, because both Thailand and Indonesia had been quite annoyed by Vietnam. So if you look at the debates, for me, this has been war among ASEAN countries on football. And it could ruin this attempt to develop this community, this political community, ASEAN community, ASEAN identity in the area. The only time that the football fans claim their identity as Southeast Asian is when the Thai football club, BG Pathum United, play against Urawa Red Diamond from J League in this AFC champion match last year. BG Pathum and Urawa Red happened to reach the last final 4. And that who lost? Of course, Urawa Red Diamond of Japan became the champion. But at that time, the only Southeast Asian team that reached the final 4. So everyone Everyone, Vietnamese, Indonesian, Thai, all of us became Southeast Asian. So this means we need common enemy then. Unfortunately, it happened to be the Japanese football team. So I just wanted to show you that these cultural elements, that actually we exported from somewhere else, this Westphalian state and this nation as a political community became such a big problem to all of us. And before I moved on to the next issue, do not forget that in ASEAN, when you develop this football match, now I have 5 minutes. Okay. 3 minutes. There have been two approaches, this Korean way and so-called Japan way, that you can develop your football. So Indonesia and Malaysia pick the Korean way. Thailand picked this Japan way. So it's going to be quite interesting to see. So let's move to the next slide. I still have this point on gender and sexuality that, actually it's supposed to be my main idea on this. Gender and sexuality, this binary gender system and also this Victorian sexuality are something that we imported from somewhere else as well as a package of colonial modernity. So now people in ASEAN believe, and also in Japan, believe that there are only two gender categories. Human beings can be either men or women, just two categories. And you did not choose your own gender. You were assigned to be a man or a woman when you were born. You did not pick your own gender. And this Victorian sexuality, this acceptable, normal form of sexual relations must be heterosexuals. And everyone exists in this middle class family, getting married, husband and wife things, and, those kind of ideas. So it's quite difficult for us all to conform. And with this mobility since the 1990s, the mobility, this the fact that you could move around cross border actually enhance this freedom for so many people to satisfy their own sexual desire or to pick their own gender identity. So I do not have time, but I have been studying the sexual fantasy as trans-border issues. People just cross borders in order to you could not do it in your own society because of the state and social regulations, right? So you just go somewhere else, especially the Japanese, if you want to, I have been working with sex workers in Thailand for 2 decades. Lots and lots of stories about Japanese customers. So if you are interested, you can talk to me after this. Or this gender reassignment. People people who do not want to conform to the gender that they were assigned. You could go somewhere else. You could live your life as a gender that you prefer, and you could even go through this sex change operation and everything. So all of this is true. This ART, this assisted reproductive technology. People who wanted to have their own kids, but they could not. Not everyone of our species can reproduce. So in order to have your own kids, you need to rely on these technologies and everything. So what I'm trying to say is this mobility can enhance this freedom of so many groups of people. And one of the issues I want to highlight is this trans-border marriage. I have been using this issue, in my sexuality classes. Let's just focus on Japanese men. Did you see anything strange? No. It is understandable if the Japanese men, I know it's so difficult to find Japanese women to get married with you, especially with this movement that we call Ohitori Sama movement. People prefer to stay by themselves, right? People refuse to get married. So what we have been witnessing, not just from the Japanese side, but all over the world, men who want to get married try to find this lost femininity, these ideal wives somewhere else, especially from Southeast Asia. Southeast Asian women have been perceived as ideal wives. So I just want to show you this picture. And what seems to be the problem? The problem is 57% of men, Japanese men who marry these Korean and Chinese. 57% of marriages end in divorce. 68% of these marriages between Japanese men and the Filipinas end in divorce. What I'm trying to say is, in this private arena, you did not realize that diversity and differences can cause problems to your quality of life, your relationship, and everything. So next slide, please. Give me 2 minutes. I will try to finish. Yes. We are supposed to suggest what we can do with all of this. My suggestion is we need to raise awareness on both diversity and similarities. You cannot just focus on diversity. Of course, you have to make people aware of these differences, but at the same time, people should be aware of so many things that we share, and we can use these channels or these approaches, this education. If we have been using education to arouse this sense of nationalism, you can also use it for this diversity and similarity awareness. So let me just end my presentation with a story of Medusa. I thought, if I run out of time, I will not tell you the story. But now I think I have to. You know Medusa, right? This Greek, a character in Greek methodology, a woman with this snake as her hair. And we believe that Medusa is ugly, dangerous. No one, if you look at her, you will be turned into stone. And with this kind of belief, even the guy who actually killed Medusa, Perseus, the guy who cut her head off, did not even dare to look at Medusa. He looked at her through the shield, the reflection of her, and then cut her hair. So what seems to be the point here? You tend to believe that so many things, so many people, so many values are dangerous. So you do not dare to look at them. You do not dare to even try to understand them. So I have the suggestion from French feminist Hélène Cixous from her work, The Laugh of the Medusa. So instead of just believing in what you are so used to, that Medusa is dangerous, is dark, you just turn to her, look at her, and you will realize that Medusa is actually beautiful and she is smiling at you. That's how we should treat this diversity and differences, not with fear, but with this guts to just look at what have been, our differences. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. We go straight to the answer of the questions. I think you have all the questions there. Please make sure you answer, go to the point, answer the question within each presenter. You have 5 minutes to answer the question, please.
Who's first?
Who's first?
Who's first?
We start first with Dr. Ahmad, and then.
Thank you, Paulio.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the questions. I would read the questions. And some of the questions are similar, so I will try to make it into one question. Especially this question from Nicole and Marita, both from Pinus University. The questions is about is there any efforts done by pesantren people to make to reduce the sort of the patriarchal culture in pesantren? Yeah, of course, this is I would say yes, and it's also a long-term project. There has always been in the history of Muslim society an effort among Muslims, I think in all societies, to give an awareness of equality between male and female, and also in pesantren traditions. And for today, for example, these efforts become more and more popular. And if you look at, for example, social media like Instagram, Twitters, and Facebooks, the discussions about equality between male and female, especially among the pesantren people, are become more and more heated, more and more heating. For example, there is a movement called Mubadalah, which means ketersalingan, which promotes a more equal dialogue or mutual dialogue between male and female in order for them to form a healthy relationships. So I think my question is clear, yes, but then the efforts is along long-term projects, and it is not without sort of resistance from the sides or from the dominant sides, which means the patriarchal groups. That's my question. I hope it satisfies both of you. Now, and the other questions relate to what is your thought about the phenomenon of forced marriage, forced or arranged marriage to avoid adultery? Okay, I think it's a bit personal, but correct me if I'm wrong. You can also debate me. My personal thought, of course, I'm against of any form of forced situations. Forced marriage is one of it, and also if the intentions of getting married is for avoid adultery, I think it's very naive. I mean, marriage should be done in order to achieve happiness, to create happiness. If it's, I mean, our desire is not only about sexual things, but our desire is to live in peace, to live in happiness, to live in harmony. So I think there should be a change in our mind about the purpose of building a relationship between men and women, between people of whatever backgrounds. So I would I would change, or I would answer the questions by not giving yes or no questions, but by
sort of like we should change our thoughts about the purpose of marriage, and in what ways, as these questions and your further questions, how to avoid forced marriage in our society, or the phenomenon of forced marriage in society. I think one of the best way and one of the essential way to do it is from educations. We have to educate women. We have to educate those who are oppressed. We have to educate those who are in positions of undervalued, in order to give them a sort of the capacity to aspire, if I can borrow Arjuna Padure's terms, the capacity to see the futures of one's life, how I want to be in our future. And that one of the modalities that is important to build that is from educations. I think that's, thank you.
Yeah, please, Professor Ogal, please.
My questions first about disadvantage of globalization. One of the disadvantage is that disappearing their own cultures because of globalization. How to protect their own culture? Maybe that is a question. And I think yeah, for example, in Japan, we have a minority ethnic group, Ainu people. And Ainu language is almost dying, disappearing. So it's too late, but the Japanese government established a law to protect Ainu culture and language. So I think it's necessary, so government arrange this kind of legal protection for minority peoples, and also promote education for minority group language at school in order to expand the population of speaking. And also could be possible to use digital technology to document and succeed to next generation. That is my answer. And second question is how to ease mobilities, or how to ease the disadvantage of mobilities between Southeast Asia and Japan without creating any conflict. I think the vital point is to foster friendship and empathy between Japan and Southeast Asian countries. And I advise my students, Atomy universities, before the summer vacations, go to travel overseas. It's very important experience for you. And before traveling to foreign countries, study the history of that countries, and also learn minimum greeting words. That will create opportunity for communications and to erase misunderstanding and frictions. That's one step. And third, how Japan viewed diversity in solving population problems. So Japan's facing decreasing population drastically in the futures. So I think, my opinion, we should receive more and more foreign populations. It's inevitable. But In order to do so, we need arrange for the legal arrangement to protect newcomers for foreign countries, and also promote maybe Japanese language for the newcomers who are willing to join Japanese societies, like German government, and also to educate the mindset of Japanese people in order to not to create discrimination. And one question is about Japan's approach to halal, and so in this year, increasing number of foreign tourists come to Japan, and of these tourists include Muslim countries like Indonesia and Malaysia. So I think the Japanese government and the Japanese tourism industry are quite concerned about halal tourism and halal industries. So, but I think still Japanese societies are lacking experience to communicate with Muslim people, and lacking knowledge of Islam. So first step, we should Japanese society should learn Islam knowledge and halal. What is halal? And last one is a really difficult question. So I read, as what you experience on presentation, Fukuda Doctrine made Japan do not aim to be military superpower. But recently, there are rising threat from China, North Korea, and Russia, also political tension in regional Asia. Based on current situation, did Japan officially ever consider to revise Fukuda Doctrine so that Japan could increase military presence to facing these threats? My personal opinion is also we should not abandon Fukuda Doctrine. It's quite important. Fukuda Doctrine can protect Japan, not so militaristic means. So it's reality. So maybe we need minimum forces to protect our countries, but Japan should maintain the Fukuda Doctrine. We never be the military power to invade other countries. That's my answer.
Okay, I have several questions, but I don't think I can answer them all. So I invite anyone who wrote these questions to maybe come to talk to me after the session. But let me just address 2.5 issues that I think I should speak to everyone. The first one asked about Thai people. Why do Thai people have such a warm heart? And how do the Thai understand about differences? If you said Thai people have warm hearts, it means you are so lucky. you met those one with warm hearts. But anyway, for me, Thailand, Thai people, Thai nationality, Thai nation, this the sense of Thainess, share the problems with this sense of nation as imagined community in this part of the world, because we tend to emphasize these imagined similarities and overlook the differences. So what I'm trying to say is, all of us here, maybe this is the time that we can redefine and revision this nationhood together in order to broaden, our heart and enable ourselves to live with this diversity at the same time. Extreme nationalism is such a big problem in Thailand, and I think an approach to deal with that is what I had to wrap up so quickly at the end. This diversity and similarity awareness, and if we want to, and this sense that, if people want to stay together as a community, you must allow others to be different. If you do not like what other people prefer, if you disagree with them, you do not have to do the things that you do not like, but you should not, you must not force others to stop doing the things that you do not like. That's the only way we can live together as a community. And last but not least, LGBTQ+. I happen to identify myself as queer in the sense that I refuse to be categorized, and I don't want to categorize myself by this gender and sexual identity. And I invite all of you to maybe de-categorize yourself in terms of gender and sexuality as well. So if you have more questions to ask or discuss, maybe we can do it after the session. Thanks so much for the question.
Thank you.
Is there any? I still have 2 questions.
Yes, please.
Is there any still?
You have 2 minutes?
Okay.
2 minutes to answer, because I have to wrap up something as well.
Okay, we'll try, because there is still a time. I will try to answer a question from Alia. The question is about whether a change is needed in Pesantren in order to make women not as a housewife, for example. Well, changes are inevitable. Change are inevitable. It happens, and it will continue to happen. So Pesantren has to adapt to the change. Yes, so change has happened in Pesantren, but the way Pesantren adapt to change should not be directed towards whether or not Pesantren should Pesantren female should be a housewife or any other careers. I think the point is that the choice the choice of the career that the female Pesantren decide for their futures should be given to the female themselves, not to the other people who force females' decisions. So that's I think the point that I want to emphasize in my answer, that Pesantren has to adapt to this change in order for the female, or for those who are under pressure or oppressed in Pesantren societies or any other societies around the globe, that they have to have their own agency to create and to achieve their aspirations for their future. I think that's what I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go close this session, I would like to take some notes here from this discussion. This is a very interesting session, but if we really want to make some impact or some change, there is a need to develop some intercultural integration policy based on the ideas and practices of interculturalism, which can help national level policies, especially, to achieve in a more inclusive direction. And second point is the value of diversity for human and social development and cohesion, economic growth, productivity, creativity, and innovation, on condition that adequate policies are in place to prevent conflict and foster equal opportunities and also social cohesion. And third point, the role of media is presented by our friend Dr. Ahmad in fostering cultural diversity, including gender, female, mobility, in policy making, institutional practices, including multilingualism, intercultural education, and culture of recognition and reciprocity, fighting against racism and xenophobia, and the prevention of hate speech. This all, it is important that in the future, if we can say, consider or highlight the situation of connectivity, especially among ASEAN nations with Japan, for instance, to be more active promoting people-centered and people-oriented approaches. Sustainable development, regional integration, of course, and future-oriented policies, again, policies, as I underlined, as well as effective partnership with enhanced institutional capacity to harness connectivity opportunities and address challenges together towards the goal of building a highly connected community, improving physical, digital, institutional, and people-to-people linkages. Finally, institutional strengthening through improved coordination, especially in cross-pillar and cross-sectoral issues, optimization of work processes, effective mobilization of resources. I think that's all something that maybe in the future we should do more research or discussion on this. Yeah, thank you. And once again, a big applause for our three presenters. Because I follow the rules and the guidelines, and we have 3 minutes to 13 hours. So thank you. So we don't go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. To all speakers and moderator, please still on the stage, because after this, we accept a token appreciation from Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani as a chairman of the Research Organization for Social Sciences, Humanities, and Dr. Yuri Sato as a vice president of the Japan Foundation. Please stand in front of the desk. Pada tim fotografi, mohon disesuaikan. Berikan kepada Dr. Ahmad Nuril Huda from BRIN. Selanjutnya kepada Dr. Tadashi Ogawa from Autonomy University, Japan. Kemudian pada Profesor Dr. Chalidapon Song Sampan from Thammasat University, Thailand. Dan kepada moderator Dr. Aurelio Guterres from East Timor or Timor Leste. Selanjutnya untuk sesi foto session. One, two, three. Oke, terima kasih. Please give big applause to all speaker, moderator, and also representative from BRIN and from Japan Foundation.
Whose process is this? Oh, okay.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the end of International Symposium, we will wrap up from all the panels with the title Mobilities in the Future about collaboration, co-creation across the borders. And to wrap up all of that, we ask Dr. Emilia Justiningrum as a senior researcher, Research Center for Politics, Indonesia National Research and Innovation Agency, and also Dr. Hiroyuki Kojima from Japan as a Managing Director, Global Partnership Department, the Japan Foundation. To Ibu Emilia Justiningrum and Mr. Hiroyuki Kojima, please come to the stage. Applause for the two of wrap up this afternoon. Ibu Emilia Justiningrum, Senior Researcher, and she is a Coordinator Cluster on Foreign Policy and International Issues in the PRP-BRIN. Her research interests are foreign policy, international politics, and the politics of natural disaster management. She holds a PhD from the School of Government and International Relations, Griffith University, Australia, awarded in 2021, and she has an MA degree in International Relations from the University of Groningen, the Netherlands, and a BA degree in International Relations from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia. She wrote book chapter titled Indonesia's Engagement on the Climate Change Negotiation, Building National Resilience, September 2023, and the Dynamics of Policy and Energy Issues in Indonesia, Springer 2017. And Hiroyuki Kojima, since joining the Japan Foundation in 1992, Hiroyuki Kojima has been engaged mainly in intellectual and civil society exchange program in Asia through 3 overseas assignments in Manila, in Beijing, and Seoul, Korea. Prior to moving to this current position in April 2022, he served as Managing Director of the Planning Department, responsible for strategic planning and overall project evaluation of the Japan Foundation. He holds a BA from Kyoto University and MA in Cultural Policy from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. He is one of the co-authors of Kokusai Bunka Koryu wo Jisensuru, or Practicing International Culture Exchange, Hakusushiha, 2020. To Ibu Emilia and Dr. Hiroyuki Kojima, please, your time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me clearly? Okay, thank you. Thank you for Japan Foundation and National Research and Innovation Agency for organizing the symposium of 50 years of Japan-ASEAN relationship in Southeast Asia. This afternoon, I would like to present a session on the wrap-up session, Mobilities in the Future, Collaboration, Co-creation across the border. And from this presentation, I would like to give more on the academic perspective. Next, please. From yesterday to today, we already listened and gave valuable information insight from the first panel until the 5th panel. But I would like to take some key notes, some key takeout from one panel to another. From the first panel on the title of Why Mobility Matters, we found that there are mutual interests between Southeast Asian region and Japan, and this way the mobility is one of the important issue. And also it involves the flow of people, the inflow of professionals, semi-skilled workers, and also students. However, it has multifaceted phenomenon because it's start with the beyond the local boundary, but it has effect in a larger level, like a regional and global level. Next. On the panel 2, on the mobilities of people, student, worker, expert, and migrant, we see that there are pull and push factor. It's always the interesting factor from the home country and interesting factor from the receiving country, either from economic perspective or from political perspective. And then the type of migration can be voluntary because they plan it in ahead, in advance, with better preparation and before, during, and after the migration, and also because of condition that they cannot escape, like a forced migration. And the type of migrant can be through the land border or maritime border. When it involves the land border or maritime border, it engage and involve various policy, the land-centric policy by the local government and receiving government, and also maritime-centric policy from the home government and receiving government. One of the important and interesting thing on the mobility is that there are various security settings. Some mobility happen in a peaceful situation, like for the student, ASEAN go to Japan, or Indonesia student go to Thailand, or Myanmar student go to Malaysia. But there is also intrastate conflict setting. There was no regional war in Southeast Asia, but there was intrastate conflict, like the intrastate conflict in Aceh, the intrastate conflict in Papua, the intrastate conflict in Patani, southern Thailand, and the intrastate conflict in Moro, southern Philippines. But now the current one is the Rohingya refugee from Myanmar. It creates mobility among people, especially in the intrastate conflict setting. Next, in the panel 3, on the mobility of academic knowledge, on the studies on ASEAN and Japan. This is one of my favorite. There was the decline of Japanese studies. The reason why there is decline. I mean, as a student of international relations for my bachelor degree and then MA in international relations and PhD in international relations, I found that studying Japan is very interesting, but why is decline? What is decline in the Southeast Asian region? One of the things that I share during studying Japan is that during CISA program, there is interesting thing to learn about Southeast Asian study and also the neighbor country. But it's not only involving the history, the economy, the politics, but those things are keep growing, changing, developing. This way, the importance of making fostering and also adjusting on the dynamic in the region is also make it important to make it Japanese studies is more interesting. Another one is the need to use digital and computational technology. Learning and teaching in Japanese studies in Southeast Asia is no longer in a conventional basis. We can use technology like making film or social media as well. Another one is, and surprisingly, Japan has less interest to study in Southeast Asian studies. This is because there is no or less direct threat from Southeast Asia. It means that Japan in general does not suffer separatist movement, does not suffer terrorism, that is transnational terrorism, phobia in Japan. So this kind of threat make study about Southeast Asia is less interesting for Japan. When we talk about separatist movement, there are a lot of separatist movement. Let's say in Indonesia we have Aceh, we have Papua. In Philippines there is Moro. In Thailand there is Patani. But how does this affect the relation between Southeast Asian region with Japan? And the same thing with transnational terrorism. Jamaah Islamiyah who operate in Indonesia has a strong relation with Afghanistan, southern Thailand, Moro, and get through Malaysia to pay the arms and then managing finance from Malaysia to Indonesia. How does this kind of threat affect the relation with Japan? And also, as one of the majority Muslim country like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei, we are Muslim majority country. But how does Islamophobia affect or have any impact in Japan? There is not something that much thing occur on this. Let's say comparing the relation between Southeast Asian region with Australia. Australia is very concerned about the rise of yellow peril from the north, the rise of migrant from the north. It's mean like they see Southeast Asia in a negative way. But this is the other way around within the relation between Japan and Southeast Asia. Another important thing is that between Southeast Asia and Japan is shared international organization membership. ASEAN +3, ASEAN Regional Forum, East Asia Summit, and even G20. It would be interesting to see how the impact of Indonesian presidency of G20 in 2022 to the relation with Japan, or the other way around, of the impact of a Japanese presidency in G20 to Indonesia. Does it have any impact? Does it have any short-term, medium-term, or long-term impact? I think it would be interesting. Relation between two countries can be counted by using public opinion. There are many ways to count on how the people feel about other people in Southeast Asia, or how the Southeast Asian feel about Japan. There are some survey that we did in print in 2015 about how the people the public preparation about ASEAN Economic Community and how the engagement with ASEAN +3. But the other way around, we need to know too, how does Japan feel, Japanese people feel on the people in Southeast Asia. One of the things that has been developed here is the CISA program, is one of program that developed the idea of Southeast Asian studies from social and humanity science. Next to the panel 4, the mobility of culture, media, youth culture, entertainment, and art. There is the intersection of land-based culture and maritime-based culture that it's happened throughout the region of Southeast Asia. The form of culture can in the form of storytelling, dance, song, painting, puppet performance. And in Trans-Asia, it's also the idea of engaging the culture between Asia and Southeast Asia through a movement of idea, capital, and also people. At the same time, it serves as cultural policy because cultural exchange, cultural involvement in one another can serve as national branding, soft power, or cultural diplomacy. And the current one is the use of social media on culture, like the use of Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, to engage more involvement of culture within the region of Southeast Asia and Japan. In the last panel, and then on challenges to mobility, how to embrace diversity and create coexistence. We see that there is the increasing use of technology like filmmaking practices to share the life of a female student in madrasah, especially how to share the idea how the life of pesantren, female student in pesantren. One thing that we could not escape is the rise and develop of globalization. The country share border with another. And as some of the Southeast Asian country are Muslim majority country like Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei, there is the increasing demand of halal certified product on food, fashion, finance, cosmetic, and tourism. That's interesting because the one who require to eat halal food, no, it's not only from these 3 Muslim majority countries, but also in Singapore and other countries, and also Muslim minority in Japan. They want to have access to halal food as well. One of the interesting thing about developing the halal certificate tourism, for some Muslim majority country, if the couple, sometimes randomly, they ask the couple if they want to check in the hotel, whether they have a formal marriage certificate. If not, then they will not the couple to check in the hotel. This is one of the way, one of the example of how the halal practices in tourism. Besides that, Fukuda doctrine was having this region has a challenge on how to apply on Fukuda doctrine. As in the post World War II and also for the Cold War, there is an increasing demand to solve the problem in the region by using peaceful means. But then Japan tried to get closer to the region by utilizing approaching or high politics by utilizing Japan mission to ASEAN and also low politics on a social issue on a Japan Foundation. The increasing use of online, it makes the region an effective tool to build community communication. So it features in sport rivalry and also in interstate marriage. Based on from the first and the fifth panel, I would like to give a broader perspective, especially from non-regional security perspective. But there are a lot of opportunity to develop this idea on mobility. Because from the NTS issue, there are multiple players. Actors can be various from individual, group, state, and non-state. In mobility, there are cross-border because it's not only happening in a single country, but it involves multiple countries in the region. And there are entanglement of multiple issues, such issues of politics. We cannot see mobility just one single issue. We need to see in multiple perspectives. Therefore, we can see in the holistic sense, so that the interconnectedness between politics, security, military, international relations, economy, law, social, health, education, and also arts. And it happened on multiple level of analysis in the society, in the state, intrastate, non-state, bilateral, regional, and also multilateral level. I think this is all from me. Thank you.
So could you put my slide on the screen? Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. So during the past 2 days, a great variety of discussion on modality unfolded in front of us. I reaffirmed the importance of the concept of mobility in understanding and analyzing today's rapidly globalized society. Yeah, we had a very lively discussion, intriguing and interesting. I hope you are not too exhausted after listening very rich and contested discussion for the past 2 days. So at times, the discussion went beyond the concept of modality itself. So it's almost an impossible task for me to summarize such a variety of diverse discussion in very limited time. But Emilia has now done an excellent job. So I do not wish to duplicate as much as possible. So I will briefly recap what has been discussed in my own way from the perspective of a cultural exchange practitioner and draw some policy implication at the end. So next slide, please. So in panel 1, 2 experts provided overview of the various aspects of modality and what it means in the context of ASEAN-Japan relations. Panel 2 discussed the political, economic, historical, and cultural background of human mobility using the case of Myanmar and the regional concept of Nusantara, as well as the challenges facing the region. So panel 3 focused on the mobility of academic knowledge, particularly on the crisis as well as possibility of Japanese studies and Southeast Asian studies. In panel 4 and 5, the discussion was mainly developed from the perspective of culture, and it was pointed out that mobility of culture could strengthen the formation of common culture beyond national borders and solidarity among people across countries, as well as within the local diverse community. So I would like to review these 5 panels cross-sectionally and present 2 points of discussion. The one is a dynamism of mobility, or the light and shadow of mobility. And the second point is a new development of ASEAN-Japan relationship. So next slide, please. The first, the dynamism of modality. So the main drivers of mobility are, economic, political, and cultural. Although we have some, restriction because of the COVID-19, and some, digital realm has played a greater role now in, communication. But the major global trend of expanding physical mobility is expected to continue. On the other hand, the adverse effects or negative effect of free flow mobility are also becoming apparent. And many speakers recognize that point too. So for example, in the case of migration, individuals make rational or sometimes unavoidable choices to reduce political risk and maximize economic potential, but this may sometimes cause regional instability and friction. The next slide, please. And in the area of academic and regional studies, it is perfectly reasonable for individual students to pursue Japanese studies out of an interest in manga, cartoon, or pop culture. But from a macro level, a certain bias and imbalance is occurring in academic research. In addition, the movement of cultures across national borders through SNS and other online media has advanced cosmopolitanism. But on the other hand, it has also led to a stronger awareness of one's own native culture and nationalism. Next slide, please. So, so if I pick up some key words or key phrase from the discussion, this is, of course, this is just some of them. So cosmopolitanism and cross-border collaborative engagement could be, understood as a positive side of mobility or globalization. But at the same time, it will create renationalization or inequality in wealth or dignity or imbalance of mobilities. Next slide, please. And of course, each speaker spoke on the various efforts that have been made to mitigate negative impacts and achieve a balanced mobility. So in the area of political security, there has been a movement toward cooperation among countries, as well as decisions by each country regarding immigration policy and border control. In the academic field, the promotion of regional studies for mutual understanding among neighboring countries was introduced. Of course, CISREP is one of them, one of the best examples. And in the cultural exchange and cultural activity field, the Fukuda Doctrine, which laid the foundation for ASEAN-Japan exchange, as well as the Japan Foundation program and film production at Islamic dormitories are also mentioned. So many efforts are made to facilitate this, balanced, to create the balanced development of mobility. But at the same time, many speakers shared their recognition that areas where efforts are insufficient and that more needs to be done. In other words, while recognizing the great potential of mobility and acknowledging the trend cannot be reversed, many speakers shared a sense of crisis about leaving it to free flow. So this is the first point that I want to make. And the next slide, please. And another issue I want to point out here is the new development of ASEAN-Japan relations. As many speakers pointed out, that Japan and ASEAN have a long history of exchange, and especially over the past 50 years, we have deepened our cooperation in economic and social, cultural, and every aspect. And Japan has nurtured equal partnership with ASEAN countries based on heart-to-heart relationship. The spirit of Fukuda Doctrine, announced in 1977, is still valid. But at the same time, changes such as a more stringent international security environment, the emergence of new global issues such as climate change or disaster prevention or energy issue, or structural changes in Japanese society, aging and decreasing population, demographic issues, etc., and the growing political and economic presence of ASEAN countries are calling for Japan-ASEAN relationship to be upgraded and elevated to a new stage. So this is another point. All right. And the next slide, please. So in light of these two issues, the question to be drawn out is how can mobility between ASEAN and Japan be managed and facilitated to further enhance prosperity and stability in the region? The question is, how do we address this change? So one option is academic research, academic approach. So we should create more opportunities, or we should, to joint research and discussion among multilateral, multinational scholars and researchers in the region, as was done in this symposium, to accurately expose what's happening now in the ground and background and challenges. So many variable, points were presented in this symposium, but naturally there are many issues that have not yet to be addressed. So I think we will have a book project and we will talk about it later, but that kind of movement is, I think, the desirable direction to dig into deeper, what's going on in this region. And another point is the need to further promote coordinated policy implementation in various areas, including cultural exchange and education. So various efforts have been made and have yielded many results, but they are still insufficient. So continuation, upgrading are necessary. So next slide, please. So in concluding that, I want to make some remarks, inducing all the discussion in the symposium. So I think this symposium is a good starting point or springboard for recognizing, analyzing issues surrounding mobility in the region. So further academic pursuits are expected. And second, building trust and cooperation among peoples on this region through cross-cultural exchange could be the key to co-creating a better future. So next slide, please. So in order to realize such future, the following initiatives need to be implemented on a large scale by countries in the region in coordinated way. One, so policy dialogue and collaborative work to solve common global issues, such as creating inclusive society, climate change, disaster prevention, clean energy, etc. So when we implement this program, we should take into account several points. would try to transcend existing fixed notion of nation and work with non-state actors. And also, we should consider greater mutuality among publics. And we also, broaden the perspective of the region from this Japan and ASEAN to broader Indo-Pacific region, so leverage to the broader region. The next suggestion could be developing the next generation of experts. Yeah, we should focus on the next generation. And particularly, it's important to connect the policy community with area studies experts. And also, we need to accelerate mutual learning process between Japan and ASEAN. And lastly, two-way or multilateral mutual understanding among wide range of citizens and youth. So this could be the foundation for the cooperation in the many years to come. And the last slide, please. So I think our foundation, Japan Foundation, has some role to play in this regard. So Japan Foundation has been developing various cultural exchange programs in Southeast Asia as the most important area for our activity. So in light of the policy implication that I mentioned earlier, we would like to make efforts to further expand our programs in cooperation with relevant institutions in Japan and other countries. So finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the panelists, moderators, as well as audiences for taking your time out of their busy schedule to participate in this symposium. And special thanks goes to the leaders and colleagues of BRIN for your tremendous efforts in making this event possible. Thank you. And yeah, okay. And I hope that this symposium will serve as a good springboard for intellectual dialogue between Japan and ASEAN countries, and of course, Timor-Leste, and that this exchange will continue to deepen through various channels in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Emilia Justiningrum and also Dr. Hiroyuki Kojima. And now for token appreciation to Dr. Emilia Justiningrum and also Dr. Hiroyuki Kojima, to Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani as a Chairman of Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities BRIN, and Dr. Yuri Sato, Vice President of the Japan Foundation, to give token appreciation. To Ibu Dr. Emilia and also Dr. Hiroyuki to come to in front of your desk. Photo session. Sudah, thank you very much. Thank you to Prof. Najib and also Dr. Yuri. And this wrap up from Dr. Emilia and Dr. Hiroyuki. Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 days, we held the International Symposium, and now our closing statement from the head of Research Center for Area Studies, BRIN, to Dr. Fajarin Mutufail. Please take your time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now coming to the end of our 2 days symposium, and it has been very exciting event with great papers, interesting topics, and I think this symposium is really represent the real example of dialogues and exchanges and what we call the kind of the mobilities of ideas and knowledge. So on behalf of BRIN and the Japan Foundation, I would like to express my appreciations and very thank you to all speakers and moderators for taking part in the symposium and getting involved in a very stimulating discussions. And I would like also to especially thank the BRIN's organizing team led by our colleague Upi Sarjati. Let's give her applause, and also to the BRIN, to the Japan Foundation's organizing team led by Purwoko Adisang and Misako Kono-sang. Thank you so much. That's and maybe you can berdiri, Upi dan Purwoko Adi and Misako Kono-sang. Mana Upi? Ya. Terima kasih. And also on behalf of BRIN, I would like to thank the Japan Foundation for the collaborations in preparing and holding this event. I hope that our institutional collaborations and friendship do not stop here, and BRIN will always be open and welcome to further initiative of cooperation, any kind of initiative of cooperations. And feel free, if you have any ideas or suggestion, feel free to get in touch with me or Pak Najib. And once again, thank you for everyone. Please have a nice flight back to your countries. We hope we will meet again, maybe in Indonesia or anywhere in the world. As you know, we know that we are mobile people. Thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Dr. Fajar. Information for all the speaker and moderator, and for book publication discussion, we are leading by Bapak Dr. Fajar at the Giraffe Room after we close all of the session this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the enlightening, informative symposium today, and we hope you all have enjoyed and benefit from the speakers. And also, I would like to all of the speakers and moderator, and also to the BRIN and the Japan Foundation, and please give a big round of applause to everyone, to us. Thank you for your attention. My name is Asep Saifuddin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. Have a nice day. Thank you.